And we're live. We're back.
Hello.
Hello,
Yes.
Twitch. Hello, YouTube.
Hello, YouTube.
And
Hello,
we're
Twitch.
live.
Yes. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Hello.
Good night. Before we get started, I do want to give a
Hello,
shout out to
Twitch.
the
Hello, YouTube.
lovely pre-stream music
YouTube.
you're
And
listening
we're
to
live.
on my
Yes,
end.
good morning,
Oh,
good
no,
afternoon,
hello.
good
Hello.
evening.
Before
no,
we get
Luke.
started, I do want to give a
Hello,
shout out to
Twitch. Hello, YouTube.
the lovely pre-stream
Hello,
music
YouTube.
you're
And
listening
we're
to
live.
on my
Yes,
end.
good morning,
Oh,
good
no,
afternoon.
hello.
Are you importing your audio
Hello.
from two sources?
Declan DP, great person. Watch more of my streams. I'll go into it in more detail. It's off the screen now, though, so I won't talk about it. But Declan, good, great. Fantastic stuff. Free for YouTube with attribution. Pay it if you want to use it elsewhere. Cheap process. Very simple. Good.
Very nice.
Hmm.
I got mine from same place every VTuber gets most of their free music. I forget, but free Japanese music.
But yes, thank you to everybody out there who makes other free-to-use or low-cost assets for streamers. They make our streams much nicer, and we very much appreciate it. But yes, today we are jumping back into Disco Elysium, the Final Cut version. We haven't played this since New Year's Eve in 2022.
Yep, that's about right.
Yep.
But it's a great
Life,
game.
it is a fantastic game, but life came at us a little bit hard, and schedules didn't line up, and now we're back.
Yeah, I've especially been kind of off, and we've both been going through some stuff, but that's not what we're here to do.
No, we're here to deal with Harry and his bullshit and all the things that he's been dealing with.
Luckily, we also get to deal with Kim, who is the best.
Him is pretty good. But yeah, for those who need a refresher, I believe last time we started day 2. We got through a lot of it. We did like all the side quests and all the missions for Everart.
I think
And then we
got
finally met.
quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah, then we finally met the Hardy Boys for the first time. Who kind of gave us the lowdown on, yeah, the 7 of us totally hung that guy because he assaulted a woman. And then we're like, oh, you did, huh? So how'd we find the bullet in the back of his head? And also the 8 sets of footprints. And also the lady we talked to upstairs says that he didn't assault her at all and you're lying.
Yeah, they were quite willing partners, the way she tells it.
Yes. And the Hardy Boys were kind of the assholes in this situation, which makes it interesting because she's like, "Oh no, the man who died, he was just the sweetest person. He was so kind." And like the rich lady on the boat's like, "He's a hardened mercenary. He's here to murder them all." And we're like, "Okay, at least one person's lying, probably several."
Yeah, we have... Actually, yeah, now that you mention Joyce's retelling of it, yeah, we have 3 stories that don't quite match up. I mean,
Yeah.
our supposed sexual assault victim, Classier, she acknowledges that he was a mercenary and kind of gruff, but they had nothing but fun times together.
Mm-hmm. Spoke of him very fondly.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, and if it was...
I believe
it was-
we talked to his partner. Or one
We
of his
did. We talked to
partners.
the guy out in front on the streets, and we kind of like told him about like this, and he kind of like, wouldn't it be weird if there was this guy that went through the woods with a knife and just murdered people? Like he just went through a really, really excessive story,
Right.
and you're just like, that would be weird, wouldn't it? And we're like, oh no, oh you fucking crazy. But he's one of the mercenaries left that we know he's there, and there's another we don't. We haven't met the other one yet.
Exactly.
So
Okay, that sounds
Yeah.
right. So yeah, midday 2, which means really, despite having a fair amount of setbacks and some saves coming, which is fine. Some people will say it isn't. It is. It's fine.
in this game, it absolutely is. Fuck this game.
Yeah. People have opinions about that. A lot of people will be like, just live with the mistakes and then play through a different way another time. But like, it's a game, and you should play it the way you want. The game allows for that, and it all works.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are.
So here we are. We had just gotten out of her room, and
Day 2, 374 to our name.
Yep. We got 2 skill points.
Excellent. Great to have 2 of those in the pocket.
Got some items and stuff here. I think we I think we have enough money to pay for the room tonight, but not everything else.
I think you may have already paid for the room. I want to say it's
Maybe.
more than 375 though. I want to say it's like 20.
Well, I know we pay. Well, no. Like we have 375 on us. Like looking in the inventory, we have $3.25. Where was it? Oh, here in the corner, 374.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's real, right? That was the currency.
Yeah, real. There's a
So
lot of pseudo French in the game.
Mm-hmm. We got a bunch of items and stuff. What's the bottle for? Physique and morale.
That's some alcohol. Which, even if you don't plan on using, I forget if I pointed this out or not, you may or may not want to hold on to.
Mm-hmm. There's the guy that we can't talk about now, but you need specifics. Primary autopsy. Ask later when she's collected herself. Who's Kalashi?
Classier, Miss Oranje Disco Dancer, is our supposed sexual assault victim. The one who was with the merc.
Okay.
Or the victim. Then I know.
So we did ask her some questions, but we didn't get a lot of details. Ask about the Maybells, which we could get to go. We talked to the victim. Oh, we confront the Hardy, which is what she told us. We have that option. Buy pants from Kuno. Find the murder weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Keep asking Joyce about questions about reality or return later. She'll be here whenever you need info.
Mm-hmm.
Signatures for Everett for the thing. Find the cryptozoologist. Wash off the death smell.
Oh, you haven't taken a shower or a bath yet.
All right. Send the victim's body to processing. And Kim will go do it, but once he leaves, he's gone for the day.
Correct.
And the body's gone forever.
So if there are ever some things that you want to do without Kim being there, it's a good idea to have him send away that body for processing first. And just going over that first day's worth of quests, I think
that's Tuesdays. That's today's.
Well, yeah,
this
first
is first day's worth of
Tuesdays.
quests.
Monday would be first day. Going over Tuesday's list of quests are more active current stuff. You've talked to everybody super important, but it looks like you can go back to the Hardys to kind of confront them, and we may not have done that yet.
No, we didn't. We definitely didn't do that.
Okay. I believe that's because Kim kind of warns you, we can do that later, whenever you kind of wake up. Everett asks you to do some shady business, which is the signatures. The reality lowdown is pretty fun, because we don't know a whole lot about what's going on in this reality.
Yeah, we can get info from Joyce about like what the world actually is.
She may or may not wanted you to have like your badge and some other things first. But I think that's more talking about the body and stuff surrounding the murder than talking about
and then after 2100 hours we can go back to apartment 28 to talk to that one person. We need to get karaoke to sing that.
A sad song, specifically.
Yeah. Find our way to the secret passage and the whirling.
I forget which bit of the secret passage we found.
We found the one in the kitchen. That's what we found.
That door does not.
And then
All right.
asking more people about the tattoo meetings.
Okay.
Who else has other access to the trash? But this might take a while, so probably won't know.
Okay.
Badge. Maybe you'll just stumble across it down the line. Miracles happen.
Find your badge. I'm not missing my badge. I'm not missing my gun. Lying over the phone is easy.
Yeah, call your station. Find booze and drink it. The rest of the armor, which we don't know where it is. And we never asked Kuno where the armor is, apparently.
Yeah, sure. You only know about, I believe, the boots right now, which are still on the victim.
Yeah. So we talk about save scumming.
Sure. Save right in front of people before talking to them, or in the middle of conversations if you can.
So let's go pick a fight with the Hardy Boys, maybe.
Have at it. We're getting a little late into day 2.
What is it?
Yeah. We can go for the hanging again, talk about the victim, or...
Again. Just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Charming.
Good one, Titus.
Shut up, Shanky.
His name is Shanky. Jesus.
His name is Shanky.
Yeah, so we asked all these questions.
About fucking time.
So it's probably
Again?
just the last question.
Seriously, man. Fine.
And I'm not doing, I think, laugh nervously. I know her.
I think I know her. Yeah, it's probably a smart decision.
Yeah, don't do that with Titus.
If you want to play the game intelligently and, like, safely, then, yeah. Probably best not to fuck around and find out with stuff like that.
So do we tell him that what she said, or do we keep that, to ourselves?
That's entirely up to you. It may lead to them cracking. It may lead to them shutting off because they really don't like the cut of your jib.
Fuck. I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
There we go.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that. The loyal Titus feels betrayed.
Ah, suggestion. Finally, my stat comes into play.
Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Sure
For the
he
record, he explicitly did both of those things.
Yeah, he very much did both of those things. You're an excellent lawyer, Elizabeth. Thank you.
You're a terrible person, though.
She's
Shut up and
duplicitous.
stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down.
She didn't
doesn't
sound
fucking
very
trust
shut
you.
down, did she?
No, she sounded kind of just tired.
Yeah. But very much all there.
Mm-hmm. And Elaine at least seems decent. Also, it's been a week since this happened, too. So, like...
Yeah, it's been... I forget exactly.
Like, I understand
how,
next
at least
day,
a week.
yet, like, yes, like, shutting down the next day. But, like, it's been a week she's had... And, like, unless Harry's been bothering her, which she didn't act like we had talked to her before. At least not about this.
Really. And I mean, you only ever talked to her in the very, very beginning of the game, in which you didn't say the thing that sets her up to be like, oh god, this guy.
Yeah. But, okay.
Yeah,
So,
she's
yeah.
crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
Kind of defaulting to, like, a lot of misogyny here when she seems really cool and collected, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she seemed pretty lucid.
She wasn't raped. The witnesses' statements were very clear.
Thank you, Kim.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
I didn't.
And you
Exactly.
went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking...
Hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy. Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
God damn it, she's a fucking enforcer.
She is. She knows what she's here to do, and what narrative she's here to enforce. Yeah, it's a good word.
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone quiet, too. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape.
So you have a tape.
That's a
Show
new.
it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad, listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
We never said that. We
We
just said you
haven't
didn't
heard
rape
about
her.
a tape before. That's right.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
It does kind of line up with the story his other mercenary partner told us. And hell, he probably is a murderer and might be a rapist. But like,
Did
that-
he do it to this person?
right,
in our
that doesn't
jurisdiction?
actually contradict what Clausia is telling you either.
Mm-hmm. But definitely Titus and Clausia are explicitly contradicting one another.
They very much are.
Unless Titus just heard that he had done this at some point in the past and assumed that's what he did to Clausia.
Right.
Which at that point he made an assumption, but
right.
Yeah,
and like
yeah,
we
where can I
know
listen?
they have a bit of a history, but it doesn't prevent them from contradicting each other now.
Why don't you try shoving it up your ass, genius?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Why should I care you lied to me?
They did.
Mm-hmm.
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it? You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that.
So you bugged him. That's wiretapping.
It is.
We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Yeah, you're very advanced.
Understood?
Super
You've listened
advanced.
in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Well, now we know who was doing the wiretapping, the listening, and the recording.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
Now we ask the big question. Why do
Sure.
I care?
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
Sidestepping the real point there.
Board.
Yeah.
If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
Okay, that's it for now.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy.
You
do
can
that.
choose not to take it, but you
Oh.
know why.
And keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
And I don't need to do that, so we'll go off.
Nah, you said everything there, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're so advanced, sitting here drinking beer like the entire day.
Yep. Recording of the Mercenary Task Force radio communications recorded via de-encryption station. Requires boombox to play.
Oh, it just straight up tells you. I don't even know if we have the boombox.
Damaged ledger logic.
These are all your checks that you have or haven't done.
Mm-hmm. That I found somewhere that are gonna take a little bit extra.
Yeah. I think the ones in white you can retry because you've upped a stat, but maybe not.
Maybe not. Well, you have to up that stat, or is it any stat?
You have to up the specific related stat. Yeah. Like that damaged ledger, you would need to put a point into logic.
Yeah.
But because it's white here in the menu, as opposed to like set of tracks or abandoned lorry, I think you may have already bumped logic. But that's a lot of different stats to be white and already raised by one.
These are found white checks. Those on white are available for you to try now. It says here at the bottom.
Maybe you just tried or found them and never tried them, as opposed to like failed and then needed to re-up a stat. Because I don't think you've put any points into electrochemistry, like for the mirror, for example.
Yeah.
That seems right to me. I remember a lot of details in the general story of this game, but it's been a while since I've played it. So I'm going to get a couple of things wrong, and I'm trying to not spoil anything.
Mm-hmm. It's past 2100.
It is past 2100. You may have someone you can go talk to.
There's just a nice dot over here.
Oh yeah. I would highly advise clicking on every single dot. I could gush for so long about how I love, like, just the presentation of this game. The thought system. You get the normal RPG thing of lots of dialogue, people kind of talking out loud. But
and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
$12
Here's a
for the boombox. Or you could...
which I don't.
No.
I could ask. I mostly just wanted to be like, I remember there being a boombox there, and there is.
There totally is.
My thought is, since Joyce was so willing to help us out with stuff and be cooperative, go to Joyce and get money. If she's still willing to be able to give it to us.
She might be. I think she gave you money once already?
She did, and it was for the room, and that's how I paid my debt to sleep there that night.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I honestly don't know if she'll give you more money, but she might. She
That's worth
certainly has
asking.
it. Yeah, it's totally worth
She
asking.
does. She gave us, like, a ton of it.
Yeah.
And how is it that we got upstairs?
I think it's... There's either a door in the middle here or it's in the upper left. Oh, right. It's like a different upstairs thing.
Yeah, it's like over here, I think.
You might be right. It's definitely not that room to your left.
Yeah, because I can't even access that. Balcony's here.
Yeah, that's bound to be it.
Yeah, there we are.
2 immediate thoughts. Good idea.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
All right.
And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Found the key under the stone.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
That's what I'm aiming for. I'm trying not to screw anything up. I'm trying to make them spectacular.
Which, hey, pretty good answer.
He might like that or ignore him. Let's be boring. I'm mostly giving boring answers.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Why do I want to meet your friend?
Trust me, you do.
Maybe he's the witness?
Or they're one of the mercs. Or the other merc.
Oh, yeah. It could be a trap. You never know.
Well, we have somebody else. Like, there's other people, yeah. But yeah, talk to me.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark, and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Your stats really like this guy.
I mean, they're neat, but yeah.
He's got a cool unbuttoned purple shirt.
Go if you must. I don't care. I don't care about people leaving me all the time. That's so tsundere.
It's tsundere. It's extra dramatic.
But I just found you again. I like that one.
Just look at it.
It's nice.
It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
He's right. Only losers go to bed early. Time to break out the booze.
Shut up, electrochemistry. You're a bad influence.
It's a very bad influence.
Stumbles out of a basement club. Music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body.
Ooh, shivers is lovely and poetic.
It's probably my favorite stat.
Yeah, it's important I talk to you again.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
70. Jeez.
70. It's
Nice.
almost like this is kind of important to the case, or maybe the storyline in game.
Yeah. Something so different about him that I just can't put my finger on. Oh God, if we pick one, is Kim gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna explain to you what homosexuality is?
Maybe. There may or may not be a homosexual thought in this game. It's pretty great. It's actually great in like how inconsequential it is. But it is there to explore.
Empty ashtray. So he doesn't smoke in home. Dishes soaked in the pot. Pliers. Logic and suggestion.
A rice paddy hat.
Yep. Canopy bed made out of metal.
Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air.
Trauma and electrochemistry.
Uh-huh. Well, it's a nice dragon silk kimono.
Yep. Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspaper. Actually, not what I wanted. Where does this go? It covers the jacket, not the shirt. You would have had me with the shirt.
Oh, to lose
The
one
jacket.
logic? Yeah, a spirit decor and shivers are kind of nice.
Yeah, I like those more than drama and electrochemistry.
That's super fair. They're almost opposite ends of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm. The hat's actually not bad, though. Bonus to logic and negative suggestion, which isn't getting used all that much.
No, suggestion is really back and forth, right? Like, a lot of the skills help you out a bunch when they succeed and can screw up in hilarious ways. Suggestion screwing up is a lot like empathy screwing up. It can be really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Also, like, do you really want to walk around with a rice hat and a kimono?
And I saw it in the quick look on the Twitter things where I think it was like you normally, and then like day 2 is like you running around with the rice patty hat and Kim chasing after you.
Yeah, you totally can. Some people may not like it. I love that quote. Moderacy, even in all things, even moderacy itself.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird because, well, I'll relay my feelings about this guy later.
Okay.
His hands are clean and well manicured.
You'll see.
This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
And yet he's in this place.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Monsieur Laclé.
Price stability?
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot.
Not a bad suggestion.
Let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
And Half-Life thinks that we need to do that.
Half-Life likes messing with people, for sure. Even you. I think you get 2 extra options because they both chimed in here.
Yeah. Yeah, let's ask him about the robe, just for curiosity's sake.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. Personally, I think it's a little culturally insensitive, but the material is great. Sadly, the shop is now out of business. That's really all I can tell you about it.
What was that? You were supposed to fuck with him, not compliment the decor.
Be quiet, Half-Life.
Takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
So, what's an official like you doing in Martinez?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Okay, but is that what we really asked him?
We're asking what he's doing in Martinez, which he kind of
Sort of answered. A little.
What is international community? We could throw him off of that.
Might even let you learn about the world a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
Sure, give me a leaflet.
A sound monetary policy.
Sure, we
is
like
essential
items.
For addressing
We like items, and also I would like to have your fingerprints.
stability is the raison d'être
Not a bad
of the
idea.
moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today.
Aww.
You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency.
No pamphlet for you.
Alright, this man has immediately moved higher up on my go fuck yourself list.
That's right, he has.
He teased me about a pamphlet. How dare.
And you asked him what he's doing here in this apartment, and he started talking about the price stability.
And pamphlets. Non-existent pamphlets.
And non-existent pamphlets that he can't give you.
Does he not know who I am? Well, that makes two of us, so I don't have a moral compass.
It's very true.
Alright, so you're some kind of bureaucrat.
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Intern. La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution. Your employer, technically speaking, the governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of this provisional administration.
So this moralist really does not like the revolution.
Yeah, sounds like.
Makes sense.
So the chef.
What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Why are we darling?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Oh, perception.
Yeah, perception tells you a little bit of a difference there. You asked him to describe this place. Did he?
No, I don't think so.
Has he really given you much of an answer on anything yet?
No, but I also haven't gone to...
That's true.
I haven't
haven't
like
really
gone
started
to like,
talking.
why are you here in the apartment? And it's like talking around things. Yeah.
It's very much talking around things. That's super fair.
It's the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the Coalition.
Mind babies.
So what I'm hearing is we're moral intern bitches, huh, Kim?
Yeah. That's your one option. Or, moral intern's okay. That sounds all right.
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But of course.
Am I a moralist?
Yeah. I'd love at least 50% of the options in this game.
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Martinez doesn't seem very normal or stable to me.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
But Revachol or the rest of the world?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
God. I don't think I'm a moralist. It sounds very boring. I want action. It is the ideology of foreign occupiers. Democracy is a meaningless sham as long as the working class are under the heel of capitalism. Every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D. None of the above. Is that moralism?
Is that moralism? Is it, though? Hey, what's
Yeah,
up, Jay Hank? Thanks for dropping
Hey, Jay Hank. How's it going? But yeah, option 1, boring. No, I don't like that. Option 2 is way too radical. Option 3 is way too radical. I guess I'm going to be boring cop again.
Well, I think...
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
Hey, it healed my morale.
It did. I think you have a thought that does that.
Yes, everything else is super extreme. Like I'm having living with a bunch of lunatics.
Or it's usually the most boring one. Either way.
My friend. Welcome. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed. An ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are.
So we're in this apartment with this shady as fuck man asking me, "Are you a doer?"
Yeah.
That's a little sus.
Do you align with my ideology, actually? Which, you know, the way we're playing, maybe a little.
Political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
All right, why are you here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
Though how, we're not really sure.
Yeah, and also, that doesn't explain a lot of things. I thought you were here to stabilize prices, so why are you renovating the building?
Why is he maybe gentrifying?
That too.
Whatever you wish, officer.
So yeah, a lot of not helpful there.
Yeah.
See, witness the lynching, which is why he didn't explain anything, because all that was option B.
Yeah. Yeah, that entire conversation so far.
This is just the break we've been looking for, Kim. Is
Or
that
you
because
can
you did it?
blame him.
Start from the beginning if you don't mind.
Sir, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
So that's some good information, finally.
Yeah, the guy. Well, we knew he was dead before he was hung.
Yeah.
And then
you thought
he
so, at
also-
least, because you found that bullet.
Yeah. How many?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That does line up with what you thought. And how there's at least one more Hardy.
Mm-hmm. Were any of them really big?
It's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
What happened next?
Inside.
Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
I don't care about the ethnicity, but I do want to know men or women, because the only parties that were there were all men, and the missing one was a woman.
Yeah, I think that's been
the lady
mentioned already.
driver. The lady driver.
The lady driver's been mentioned, sure.
But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
We were asking about their voices, buddy.
And he said he heard them.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
Well, there we go.
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. It was very dark, you must remember.
Okay, but you don't see voices.
Yeah.
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Basque accent.
Phone.
Yup, it happens.
Speaking of which, where's my phone? It's buried somewhere. Oh god. It disappeared. Well, it'll yell at me later. What happened next?
That's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
Which means the guy was dead because he wasn't struggling.
Eventually,
Yeah, another
the
actually
shouts
important
died down,
point.
And that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Yeah, that does seem strange.
Right? They were talking about being really excited to hang that guy.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
You didn't check
My
your watch?
Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It wasn't a complete waste of time.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
We got some information out of that.
I can do to assist the RCM.
That was only 10 XP. Curses.
Still, 3 points to play around with, whenever you need.
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
What's Kedra?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
What is this EPIS thing?
Yeah.
Or more about
EPIS
Kendra.
is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
Lots of
Oh,
metrics.
you metric sussy bitch.
God, yes. Sweet standardized.
Back. Logic loves it.
Logic, yeah.
and commerce.
Logic loves the metric
It was
system
such
and
a
numbers.
wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level.
I'm sorry, what the fuck, buddy? You standardized the metric system. You're like, we're gonna take it to the next level.
We applied it to everything, and we loved it.
Yeah.
But what does that mean, though?
A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident.
Is that going to be like here, though?
You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy.
So let's see.
What about
It's
yeah?
one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure.
But candidates,
No,
though.
no, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation.
Baby steps.
But we were talking about my friend here, not politics.
Were we? I'm confused.
I asked about his friend.
You did ask
then you're
about
like-
his friend, and we ended
Like,
up
and then he's
talking
from this shithole country. Yes.
right. And then we ended up talking about E EPIS.
So how did you become friends?
Many of us become friends. Bad things happening on the Insulan Peninsula.
This
Oil
guy.
platforms ablaze in the night. Civil wars lasting for years. Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
That's
No revolution again.
yeah.
Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too.
You still haven't told me anything.
Sorry. Who?
Yeah.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts.
Ah, so I see. You're here to blow smoke up my ass.
Yes, precisely. This moral intern motherfucker just sidesteps every single question you have in order to talk about the international community, price stability, how great our systems of weights and measurements are. They're fantastic.
And to throw shade at his friend's home country, so he's just
Yeah.
like just a really progressive racist. Nice.
Yeah, yeah, I think the game would probably qualify him as like a centrist, but yeah, he's in favor of doing very little while sounding like they're the best thing ever and doing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which
She's
ones?
a truly free spirit. She likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
Who
Which
knows?
tells us
Certainly not
tells
him.
us nothing.
Yeah, doesn't tell us anything about him, or this guy here. We learned nothing.
If you're just seeing a prostitute, man, just tell us he's a prostitute. Like,
yeah,
I could read it that way, and you're just being really shady about it.
Right. Okay, he's great. How? Well, the arts. Oh, yeah. What does he do? Oh, I don't know. You know, arts stuff.
I don't know. He fucks around with art.
Yeah. It's great. That helps the price stability and the development of the nation.
Oh my god.
How?
No. We asked. I made comments about like, look, if you're just having sex with a gay man, it's fine.
Yeah.
You're just like, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm just enjoying the view. Listen here.
Yeah. What fucking view? It's getting or past dark. You're probably staring at a brick wall outside that window.
A baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
About it.
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around.
So tell me more about what you're doing here and about your friend. Isn't the view great? This place is kind of a shithole, man. I don't know if you've noticed. No, the ocean over there, not the city. Not the other stuff I've been talking up.
Mm-hmm. Great. Narcissistic, pompous ass. Lovely.
Yeah. He's very much up his own ass.
I'm all ears, officer.
I think you've told me everything you can.
Officer.
I've given you several moments. I've given you an hour.
We talked to that guy for like 45 minutes. And what did we learn?
Chance to speak again once you leave.
And why can't we talk later?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen.
Like he's already been doing.
And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be wandering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Yeah, Logic's got it.
Yeah, Logic knows.
I'm not going anywhere. I just want to take a look around in this apartment. Yeah.
Sure, go ahead. It's a beautiful space. Let me know if you have any further questions.
So yeah, you talk to that guy. Oh, this is good.
Complete thought, yes. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and finally in a matchbox house. Sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. A white morning, a modern death, divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him, make him smaller, make him less
Check
you.
out those bonuses.
Bonus zoom, all learning caps raised by 1 for Motorix. Nice.
Both kind of cool. You got a thought that lets you zoom out the camera more. Because talking about the little guy getting smaller and smaller.
And it also raised the cap on a whole set of skills, so.
Yeah, all Motorix, which is pretty nice. So yeah, we talked to that guy for 45, 50 minutes. And what the fuck did we learn? We learned that, like, it was dark that night. There probably were there was at least one more hardy person there than we thought, but they weren't being loud and boisterous about it until after everybody, like, shut their windows and looked away. They wanted people to hear that they were doing a lynching.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also ask this guy about his friend and why he's here and about the world and everything else. And he can do absolutely nothing but talk about economics and how the moral intern does baby steps. And this is good for everybody, even though it clearly has not been good for Revachol.
Yeah, very true. All right. Well, I've got 3 points to play with.
You do.
Let's quick save and then hard save.
So
1st January 23.
Oh yeah.
Just make
almost
a new hard
exactly
save.
2 months ago.
Yeah.
By a couple of days.
I want to try and get open the ledger of failure and
hatred.
shame.
Sure, yeah.
Failure and hatred, because it's -2 authority, which it should be more, but
I think that's, only while you have it equipped in your hand.
True, yeah. But I still want to try and get the ledger open.
There's stuff in there, absolutely.
I'm sure there is.
Real quick, that dude is one of my least favorite conversations. Like, I love the way he's built, right? I love the way that conversation goes. But it's also, like, one of the most annoying things. Because he can't directly answer anything. He has to talk through, like, centrist bureaucrat economist brain.
Yeah, he's pretty awful.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside.
Oh, I can try it again.
Barely held together by a clip.
Yeah, it's to view all your case files.
Faint smell of you
Or
cleaner.
maybe put them in order.
Yes, at last, you find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB 41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120117000, the next world mural.
Harry Dubois.
Precinct 41.
B41, okay.
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
Oh, HDB is Harry Dubois.
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Harry Dubois, HDB. Still
does
feels
fit
like
rather
there's
well.
Something missing from that.
Though Inland would like to disagree, at least in part.
Yeah, it's incomplete, yeah. Next world mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower.
Which we've seen this, but we haven't been able to piece it together yet.
Yeah, so I think you've seen these, and I'll go ahead and say that, like, this is very similar to books you can read, except they're all your cases. They spend a lot of time. They tell you a lot about Harry and what's going on. But if you would rather not spend time because there are other things you'd like to do, it's maybe best to look at them later. That being said, at this time of night, I think the only thing that you really have to do right now is like talk to Joyce.
Could do that, yeah.
Because we're nearing the end of day
obviously
2.
send Kim off with the body too.
You can also send Kim off with the body, which you may or may not want to do right now. And yeah, I don't think there's too much left on day 2. I don't think.
I'll take another look once we finish this particular mural thing.
Yeah, a lot of these are pretty great.
The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class."
Wreak havoc on the middle class is an interesting thing.
People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Which one would you pick?
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us.
Oh my god.
Paints a pretty bleak picture of that area.
I was just mostly thinking like the art was probably nice. Let's keep it and allow somebody self-expression.
But instead, nearly 80% agree that like, yeah, that message is correct. The shit sucks. We're doomed.
I don't believe the rubbish one bit. They're not to be blamed. It's human nature. I'll take with that.
Ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet. What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
Revisit this later.
Much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Without resistance or sound, the 2 panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
I don't remember this being here.
I don't remember if it was there previously or not either. It may be there because you were revisiting a thing after we found what was in the little,
ever so slightly, difficult to breathe
storage compartment.
So. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand. Your hand shakes. You're flushed with adrenaline.
Put the ledger away.
Do you remember?
Still -2 authority.
Oh yeah, it's still -2 authority.
Call the Mama Takwa.
Those stats aren't changing.
It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper, light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the Col du Mama Dakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out. Keep listening.
Not bad.
Bonus is +3 to perception?
+3 to perception.
Oh!
It's a pretty good thought from sitting there thinking about some weird imaginary creature.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's still 1 point of encyclopedia missing, which sucks, but that's easily repairable.
Yeah, you can make up for that with just clothing, probably, maybe. I forget how many points you can get for encyclopedia elsewhere. Probably another thought.
Or just spend a level, God.
Yeah, you spend 2 and you completely overcome it.
All right.
Not too bad.
So, while this is happening, red checks fail. And it doesn't tell us what the solution is.
And you could maybe spend 4 hours just reading stuff.
Yeah, good. I've got the skill points for it.
You do. 3 open spaces. I forget. I think
More than 3.
4 now.
Well, it's this one here, and we can unlock these 3, and then this one, last one up there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 5 left.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Oh, nice.
Having a full thought cabinet becomes pretty handy pretty quick.
Yeah. Let's internalize Precarious World and...
Jamais vu.
Famaiju?
Jamais vu.
Jamais vu. I just fail all of my red checks.
Which is fine. Again, you can always stop thinking about it for a little bit before it's complete.
Yeah. Learning cap for endurance up. All psyche skills are up. Learning cap for perception is raised to 5. Oh my god. +3 to perception, and the cap is 5. So I could get a +8 to perception.
Yeah, I think you could have at least a +8. And that might be before any bonuses from clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle.
Here we
You're
go.
a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Oh, yeah, like a horse, a workhorse, for hard work. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
Do you want to hustle?
I ride a little, I fucking ride till I die, or I'm not sure I ride. Savoir-faire does not make much sense to me.
Yeah. It's a big social thing, for sure. And I think this may or may not be triggered by spending a couple of points reading and talking to this dude here.
Hmm. Yeah, I ride a little bit.
A little. You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas.
All about making that money.
It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer.
This is like electrochemistry, but for bribery. Jesus.
Yeah, which is not really Savoir-Faire's whole thing, but that's where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very apt description. The way Electrochem is all about partying and drugs and alcohol, this is all about seeking out cash.
And I do need money.
It might be kind of handy for a little while.
Huh? I take that right.
You took that bribe hard. You're a killer. He did. Yes, he did. And you took it. Took it and put it in your pocket. Ka-ching, baby doll. Officer Hustle riding shotgun. You didn't log that in as a donation either. You don't log any of that shit in. You're a straight rider.
My God, savoir-faire.
It knows.
Sure.
It's been
And
keeping
has it
track.
been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
No, I am actually not.
Not at all.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Dark guy riding my ass. The system's broken. There's a market for corrupt cops out there, but the immigrants.
Yeah.
No.
Fucking wow. Or fucking taxes, man.
I don't know. Why am I so poor?
Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much.
The hustler grind set does not blame other individual people. It blames the system you exist within.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you wipe your ass.
Maybe a
they've
little
got
too
their
much,
direct and their
actually.
Indirect
Yeah, a little
modes
bit.
of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony. One tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here. Total tax duties add up to 98% of all your money.
Holy shit.
That's excessive.
98%? That's a lot.
No fucking way. I guess I'm a free market fundamentalist now, or this isn't helping me solve my money problem. It's only making me into a free market type. Opt out. Or are you sure? That seems like a pretty high number.
What
does
are
seem
you
like a
not
pretty
sure
big
about?
number.
They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
Don't talk about my nipples that way.
That's not a pleasant thought to have, savoir-faire. Stop it, please. So yeah, the free market thought.
What are you? Done with immense hush.
You even have a -2 from items. And it's still piping up with this thought.
Yeah, I'm gonna opt out on this. This is weird.
What are you, a racist?
Why?
Be a cool immigrant, ultra-liberal free market advocate. Ride or die. Keep it street.
Wait, if I'm not being an ultra liberal makes me a racist, then I guess I should be an ultra liberal?
Or
No.
continue to tell it to shut the hell up.
Yeah, like I said, like I don't think I'm gonna do this. And he's just like, "What are you, a racist?" Like, okay, you're gone now.
That makes no sense whatsoever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are lots of thoughts. And that's definitely one of them. I think you already have something that's giving you money, though. You've earned 75 cents, I think, just by talking.
Man, what the hell did I have?
Kingdom of Conscious, maybe? No. There it is.
The 15th Indo tribe.
Yeah, there. And honestly, that thought was one of them, but you don't actually need it. There are thoughts that will just generate money for you based off of, like, choosing a specific type of dialogue action.
There's Kuno S.
There's Kuno S. So it is 11 o'clock on the end of day 2.
Yep.
Off the top of my head, you could talk to Joyce or send Kim off with the body. Or I guess go talk to Roy in the pawn shop to see if you can play the tape off of that boombox you can't afford.
Or get money to afford the boombox too.
Or get money to just buy it, which I would recommend just for cool stuff later.
Yeah, I figured. Alright. Oh, this music is so nice.
I love the soundtrack to this game. Oh, hey, you got that White Morning Thought. See how far out you can scroll.
Ooh, nice.
Not bad. There's a little shadow jank going on in the lower left, but not bad.
Not bad at all. Do I talk to the car then?
OST is great. I agree, J. Hank.
A radio
The game sounds amazing.
A pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I guess I talked to Kim to get him to go.
Yes?
I think you examine the corpse.
Okay.
I think. Now, we're definitely playing a little bit more safe. So, I will ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want those boots?
Off the corpse?
Yeah.
Hadn't been planning on it. Are there nice bonuses on them?
Everything's got nice bonuses.
That's not an answer.
It's not. They may or may not come with a thought. You don't need them, that's for sure. And they might weird out a couple of people. But I believe it's that set of armor that the Merc was wearing is the only armor in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like the owner will need them anymore. You're not wrong.
Yeah, that's RPG logic, all right.
Yep. He's done using it.
I'm morbidly curious.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red.
That's a good type of curiosity to have in this game.
Inside its bed.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
I didn't know that you could ask it about being in the fridge.
It's 5 XP to ask the corpse how it likes it in the fridge.
Nice.
Finest hour. You're a genius. Do I remind you of someone?
Ooh, it's got comebacks. Check his wallet while you're at it. It's a good idea. I don't think he has any pants right now.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features.
So I can't take the boots now.
Nor will you be able to if Kim takes that body away.
I'd rather ditch Kim and go to Joyce and take a bigger bribe.
Not a bad idea. You can kind of pretend to turn in for the day at the Whirling and Rags in the hostel there you've been staying at, and then not go to sleep. Keep wandering around without Kim.
All right.
Or yeah, send him away with the body.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
That is definitely a thing you need to do no matter what.
Yeah, but get the corpse off, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
That somehow took 0 minutes. There's
something down there.
I don't know what that's pointing to, if anything. It might just be you have a lot more of these yellow dots because perception just got a +3.
Yeah, that too. So let's see what Joyce has to say to me. But yeah, as we make our way over to Joyce, I had mentioned during pre-stream about talking to you. Oh, she's gone.
Oh,
she's
no.
there.
Nice.
Yeah, she did that. But I mentioned talking about Xenogears, the end of my Xenogears streams.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I wanted to share. So I started running into some problems because apparently there's some glitches with playing this particular PlayStation 1 game on a PS2.
Really?
So it bricked during the Deus fight because if he uses a certain move, it'll lock up the game during that fight. And thankfully there was a save point right nearby.
Okay, that's good. 'Cause that's horrible. That's the final fight.
No, not the final fight. The earlier one. The earlier one where he is like cutting your health in half and
right where you meet him the first time.
Yeah. So there was that, and interestingly enough, the right before that is the first time Faye and Ellie get together.
Yeah.
And I clipped that and I called the video, fucking finally.
It's true though.
It's because I love my puns, and it's fucking finally, and they're finally fucking.
They are. It takes the whole goddamn game spelling out like these two are destined to be together.
Yeah. And then I go to the Deus fight. It bricks up there, and I have to go back to my last save point, which is right before the sex scene. So the Deus fight, I start off, I go through it a little bit, it bricks, and I'm still recording it. So I shut down the PS5, turn it, or the PS2, turn it back on, and go back through. So it's showing me like, all right, yeah, you're having sex. We saw this all before. So I literally called the next one, God froze my game, so I have to watch these teenagers fuck again. Something like that. Like something dumb like that.
You're not even wrong though. Like that's precisely what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
J-Hank over here throws in running a PS1 game on a PS2, the final boss, and they lost twice at that. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me. I do remember a lot of weird graphical stuff happening in multiple games running a PS1 game on a PS2. Because it was like half emulating some of the effects, which is maybe where that lockup came from.
Maybe.
But I never knew about that.
The other thing that I really ran into that was a huge problem. So I got to the end of the game. I got to the world map again. I went to the underground city to the lighthouse to do Emeralda's stuff there.
Yeah, which is entirely a side quest and optional, and like I love that stuff. It's such a good addition, and she's a great character.
Yeah. So I went there. I went to the one save point. I went to save, and it started saving. All of a sudden, it just kind of acted weird, and then just like save failed. I'm like, that's odd.
Yeah, that's.
And I tried to save again, didn't work. Tried to save again, didn't work. And it's just like, you need to reformat the memory card. I'm like, what?
That's no good.
I tried that.
Yeah.
I tried to reformat the memory card. It still wouldn't fucking save. So there I am, late game.
Yeah.
Reformatted memory card, and it can't save. And I just kind of looked at chat and went, well, I guess we're finishing the game tonight, and it's 1 HP the dream, chat. If I die, I lose 3 months of progress. Let's do this shit.
Jesus.
So that was
an
interesting.
End up beating it?
Yes, I did.
Hell yeah.
In the last fight
That's
against Deus, I got to a point where I'm like, okay, Satan's in attack mode infinity. This is, I think, his last turn in this. Do I hit him and risk Deus hitting Xenogears with a counter and killing it because it was low enough it could die? Because it like basically AoE'd me, push press the damage cap. Like Satan was at like 4 or 5k and Xenogears was like 1300 health.
Damn.
And I had Satan go for it, and he hit Seebsen and Xenogears, and Faye went down in the last fight. And I'm like, oh no! And I had somebody there that like was very familiar with the game. Was just like, no, hit it one more time. I'm like, the last time I hit it one more time, I lost a mech.
Yeah.
No. So I kind of like backed off and started trying to like heal and be defensive.
Yeah.
And then it did something where it ended up like confusing Maria and Seebsen, and Seebsen in confusion walked up and backhanded Deus and ended the fight. It was one more hit. I underhit it with Satan's attack mode infinity by like 400 health.
Wow. That's the most white knuckle run of Xenogears I've ever heard of, I think. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I was also really worried going into the final battle against Ouroboros, because I'm like, I know Faye's in that fight. they went down. Is he coming back with 1 HP on his gear and she's just gonna tap me once and kill me? I don't know.
That's
I'm
a
so
valid
fucking scared.
concern. Yeah.
But no, no, the gear's actually at full health. So, and
Okay,
I
good,
completely
'cause-
wrecked it. So yeah, it's fine.
Good. That's crazy. That's like an argument for emulation, because wow, having a memory card fail on you. Did you get the memory card to work later? Like, was it the card or the game? Do you know?
I think it was the game.
Yeah.
In the process of trying to get stuff to work, I ended up trying a bunch of different slots, so I think it screwed up the other slots. Right now, the last time I checked, there was one slot that I hadn't overwritten with basically a failed Xenogears save, and that was one of my Breath of Fire 3 files, and I did not go and check that.
Okay.
So I don't know if the card itself is irrecoverable. Which this is a newer card I bought off of Amazon. It's not a main brand one.
Right. So maybe
that one I even like loaded up one of my old cards in there and be like, oh, can I save in another card? Oh, this one's full. You know what? This is Digimon Dungeon Adventure 2. I don't even have that game anymore. Fuck it. And I got rid of the save and tried to save, and no, it didn't. It did not take.
That sounds like probably the game then. Yeah. Still, that's absolutely wild to go from there. Even if you had done everything from like leaving or finishing up Zaboim and then going through all of the final process of the game. That was probably like another 2.5 or 3 hours.
It was about 2 hours.
Yeah,
I was able to finish it in 2 hours. But that happened like 2.5 hours into stream. So like a 4.5 hour stream to finish the whole thing, and I'm like,
that's rough.
Yeah.
I haven't run into like crazy saves failing in a long time.
Good.
That's so bad.
What can I help you with?
Tattoos, boat, questions, reality. Oh, I can't get money from her.
I guess you can't ask her for money. You can talk to her about reality. Yeah,
no, I have all the questions answered.
Well, you clicked on that before, but you still have the...
More lessons in basic reality?
Ah.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
Ah, okay. I'm pretty sure, no big spoiler, because this is where we got the thought last time. That's what the jamais vu thought is about.
Maybe.
Glad to have been of assistance.
That
I know. I fear I've told you all I know. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Everard?
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Did we... Well, okay, no, never mind. You've clearly clicked on number 2.
Yeah, we told her about that. I helped him turn up the heat on the borscht.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it?
Yeah.
Why?
That's
if
exactly
I may
what
ask,
happened.
Why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough already?
They don't seem like they're entirely sober. Sure.
Don't want to do this. Don't want to do this.
Fair. And then the other 2 are kind of lies.
Oh. Yeah.
Very curious. A very curious thing to do. What else?
You've told her about everything else.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you?
Yeah, it's not helpful. Yeah, I can't get any more money from her.
You can't. You could read case files until you have that thought complete.
Good. I also got. I think I bought one book for Ein Hallerman.
Oh yes. There's multiple of those.
Mm-hmm. Pine cedar.
This late in the day, I think a lot of people are kind of gone.
Yeah, probably.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape-reel eyes.
Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never have.
Oh,
won't
no.
Now.
Well,
Why, you won't let me do it for free? Is that what you were knowing?
sounds like he won't let you do it for free. You could
I can wait.
maybe get a police discount.
A discount? I do have to keep...
Just don't ask him for the smallest amount. You'll insult him. The others will work. Careful. You can only do this once.
Oh no, all you have is the smallest amount. But maybe he could agree to a discount and then you could come back later and actually pay it.
Yeah.
Actually, yes. Let's. 8 is an even better number than 12. Even more internal balance. Better integrity, too.
So he doesn't care.
He likes the number 8 more than 12, and that's his own internal logic.
All right, so I have a discount for it in the future sometime.
Mm-hmm. Not bad, not bad. Saved yourself 4 real.
What are you? Oh, hey, great thing.
Ooh.
10 more
Daughter
real.
sign down.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't
It
there
even
a
tells
sign
you
up
when.
there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Okay.
So not yet, but pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sailing is no longer there. I've never seen that little yellow dot, I don't think. There's just so many tiny little touches all over the game.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Yeah, I think most people disappear at 11.
Mm-hmm.
But you can still kind of like wander around.
Funny you can't get in through the main front door here. That's...
Yeah. That's clearly like a sliding door of some sort. It just doesn't work. Which I guess is pretty fitting given the atmosphere of the entire city.
Nothing in here I can interact with.
Yeah, you can...
I can't do the door over there.
Check the door, but we've definitely checked that door multiple times.
Yeah. I could go talk to her again, but she asked for time.
Mm-hmm.
I could finally wash myself up, which...
Yeah, you are without Kim. You could go ahead and take a bath.
The compact tape player is still and silent. Seems it has completely broken down now.
Even though the reels are spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Best find a new player. a boombox, funky style. Maybe the guy at the pawn shop can help out.
Well, we know he can. That's just something you could have seen earlier.
Yeah.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are, right? That soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you. The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
You can choose to just smell like a corpse forever.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies.
Harry clearly
I feel
preferred
nice
himself
and
some
lonely.
shower beers.
And so tired.
But maybe
Now
not your Harry,
you are
yeah.
alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools.
It's healing.
It is. Nice and relaxing.
The waterline recedes as you
30 XP.
You are cold now. Your
Not
clothes
bad.
stick to your still moist skin.
Oh, we didn't use the towel.
He just got out and put his clothes back on.
And
It's
if we
very hairy.
sleep, it's not going to progress the time either, right?
If you sleep, I think it goes to the next day.
Okay.
Which is totally fine. Most everybody's asleep. Even Joyce may have only been there because you kind of loaded her on the screen just before it became 11. So you can read or sleep. And I think that's about it.
Reading's probably the best thing to read more of the ledger of failure and hatred.
They're great.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawn
I don't know what the
inside.
difference is between 2 and 3.
It's arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back. You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the... It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
All right.
4 more to read.
Yeah.
Which will progress time
Leslie
towards
and
thoughts.
Burke, a.k.a. the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. You were so drunk, you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man. And you can't lock them away, because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration.
Rampant and persistent instances probably should be.
Probably should be, but we don't actually know the laws.
And for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
Which we have not gotten rid of.
You're wrong.
Which is
the
fine,
fun
really.
Exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home. No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening,
Probably
fines,
not.
dragging them to the station. locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
What would Leslie be doing?
One of them is public indecency, the other one's property damage.
Leslie is flashing his genitals.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for...
That's how it was damaged.
That's how it was damaged.
You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. Kill them. They broke it.
Calm down, Half-Light.
He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get
That's
out of
good
his
news.
apartment. An invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case.
It's so dark.
Is solved.
You beat a man into being an invalid. Jesus.
Into being an invalid, and that's how you solved the case.
Escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day.
Oh, damn. So we don't even know.
Yeah, one day, but not yet. Maybe if there's a sequel.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
Were they assholes,
Wait.
role models, or like a rock band?
They're on the middle of the street on the roof. Oh, so they put it in multiple locations.
Yeah. Yeah, it happened multiple times. They moved their couch around to hang out outside as nuisances.
Some of these are fine.
The middle
in the
of
middle
the
of the
street's
street.
the only one that, like, is a hazard, right?
Yeah.
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up. And you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Murder. Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor.
Yep.
The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey.
Oh, jeez.
Just a terrible cop and person.
Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
I'm not a big fan of hookah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of not either.
Young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be?
How can this be?
Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy.
I wonder what happened.
Oh, no.
He got way too much of a head rush and just kind of fell over. It was bound to happen. He was there all the time.
You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
Surprise, surprise.
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next.
Some cops are nowhere near as good as Harry here.
Yeah.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
The ledger's done.
Ledger's done. You should be pretty close to completing some thoughts, yeah. I don't think sleeping actually progresses time for thoughts.
Yeah.
And I think it's also important to note that time basically stops at 2 a.m. So even if you hit that and then read and it would have progressed half an hour, I don't think that gives you thought progression time.
Yeah, I probably should just sleep at 2 a.m. anyways.
Yeah,
The bed
there's
is
not a
still
lot you can do
cold
now.
from the broken window, and not too inviting. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
And now for some people we haven't heard
Here
from in a
we
minute.
are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Mm-hmm.
Good
It's
old
your
limbic system.
disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
And there's a lot of it, ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing.
Makes that portrait for pain threshold make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
I am an artist, and liver damage is my art. A perfect line if you've been drinking a lot.
Yeah. I think I need medical attention. These are my just desserts. I will endure this pain with dignity.
Yeah, I like 1 and 4, especially for our playthrough.
Yeah.
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You keep coming back to yourself in the mirror. But why? To admire all your accomplishments?
You have some accomplishments so far.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I had all those notes on my damn thing. My clipboard.
You've got all your notes you've pieced back together. You've helped like a couple of people. You've listened to a bunch. You got that body down and sent in. You found the bullet. That's huge.
Well, not even that. I was just talking about like our clipboard had marks for like how many cases we solved, how many people we shot, like that thing.
Oh, yeah.
We had a ton of cases.
Yeah. You've looked back on your history, and even if you can't actually remember most of it, you know that you at least used to be a really super good cop. One hell of a detective.
Mm-hmm.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? Sure you
2 negatives and a
do.
positive.
They're all so friendly, aren't they?
I mean, Kim's...
Yeah, Kim's alright.
Some of them are nice. Others are scared.
The smoker on the balcony was nice. His friends...
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
Won't tell me what the actual roles were, just that I succeeded.
Yeah, that's weird. Usually it does tell you if you highlight the little medium success bit.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
I love the voice acting so much.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and Roll.
Doesn't seem like the greatest of sleeps. Oh, yeah, he looks haggard.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 7:30.
I know they did one anyways. I'll quick save.
May as well.
Let's go talk to her again.
Sure, she's had a little time.
Yeah, she's had a night.
Mm-hmm. Maybe she'll have something else to say without Kim there?
Maybe.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation. It sounds like the boys would have preferred my saying it did happen. I didn't want to get caught up in this. What does that recording say?
Oh,
May I suggest the stereo system in your room? I'm sure it plays more than Oh and the Sad Small Church Band.
Sorry, what were you saying?
well, we don't really have a player that we've listened to it yet. And now,
Yeah.
can't really use that player either.
Yeah.
Mine, unfortunately, only comes with a mimsy little radio. Something happened to it? Another broken thing in a line of broken things. Quite a shame. Well, perhaps you'll find another one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What is this one here?
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Interesting.
2 locked doors in the Whirling in Rags.
Mm-hmm.
One of them leading up to her balcony.
Indeed. Well, we also have ours over here, like wherever that door goes.
Yeah, I think it's one of those like hotel doors that goes into the next room, but I forget.
Whatever poor bastard has sharing a bathroom with Harry for the last couple of days.
Mm-hmm. Sounds shut.
Shut and locked. And we literally can't interact with it.
Yeah.
So later on, perhaps.
I think it just goes into the room that Kim's been renting. But again, I forget. Oh, some new people. And Kim. And the smoker.
Ah, the smoker is there. Damn it, Kim.
Good morning, Kim. Why are you walking away?
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
Or maybe he was just walking over to the smoker at the same time you were?
Hello, hello. So what brings you here?
That muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
I believe...
Am I talking about myself?
I believe the first time we talked to him, months ago, he mentioned that you were not the only people that came around and asked him questions about the lynching.
I don't know if talking to him right in front of the lawyer is necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, I don't either, but I also don't know if the game actually accounts for that or not.
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
So that might be one of the mercs.
It's a pretty solid guess, I think.
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Could be
That
a few
I
other
see
people,
anything.
but you know, if it was like one of the dock workers, that doesn't make much sense if they already have a plan to say, yeah, we totally did it.
Mm-hmm.
What friend? No, I don't think it came up.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear. Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese. Sure. Anything else on your mind? You did. And how did you like him?
How did we like the Sunday friend? Magically bureaucratic?
Oh, shoot. Why not? A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return to his opportunities in Occident, Sur la Clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village.
So even though the guy clearly looks and acts like he's better than the smoker, the guy's like, he at least makes my life a little more interesting. I like that. Good way of looking at life.
Yeah, the smoker on the balcony, he's pretty alright. I like this character.
Or is it just money?
For sure.
I don't know.
Or maybe he just has money. One of the two.
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time. Bet he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
There's that fucking view reference again.
Yeah. He's taking in the sights of the ocean just outside the window, as opposed to like the city and state that he says he is here to better.
Or as opposed to the guy he's probably saying is a prostitute. That's more what I was referencing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're dancing around that fact.
He likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
Not of my backside. Definitely not.
Hmm? What about me, gendarme?
And a legendary composure check.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
I don't know that you have much composure clothes.
I don't know if I have any. How much could I boost composure?
Very bottom right.
+1 from an item.
+1, yeah. It'll be yellow. Nothing but what you have on you.
Yeah.
Ah. Your nice snakeskin shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. You caught the flower on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, let's look at some of these things here, because I don't think I actually inspected the bullet.
The bullet is still safely sealed away.
Yes, I
looks
did.
like we have, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what all we inspected.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to it.
Okay.
Don't really know about the tattoos.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
That one we know.
That we
Omni knows them.
found somewhere up in the dock worker's office.
Probably.
6 crumbling petals rest on your palm. They're white, a bell-shaped crown.
As I said, an Insulindian lily, or a maybell. Girls pinned them on their boys during the revolution.
The petals feel dry and fragile in your hand. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none. The feeling recedes. Wait, have you noticed there's a war veteran playing a ball game on the plaza?
Ooh.
You should ask him about the flowers.
Neat.
All right.
And then there's the cryptozoologist wife and the 2 new people.
Yeah, because there are these 2 new people here.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
Now, it's been a while since we've played this game, but that guy should be slightly familiar.
I don't remember seeing him at all.
Okay, well, it's totally okay to miss the connection and not remember this guy.
Yeah. In fact, I'm almost certain I haven't met him.
You haven't met
Where do you think I met him? Or did I just, like, pass him?
You didn't pass him. This is the first time you've seen him in person, and the only time you heard him was near the very beginning of the game.
Then, yeah, I would have... I'm terrible with audible learning. So, yeah, okay.
Okay. In that case, I'll give you one more hint, because it's not actually important that you recognize him at all. Things will become clear. But it may have been during a certain call you placed over the lieutenant's radio.
Oh, is it another cop? Oh, yeah, because they have the cop things on their back.
They do have the cop things on their back and on their shoulders.
They're other police.
Yeah.
Well, that actually changes my answer.
Ah, okay.
Like undercover?
Well, as far as disguises go, this is one of the best I've seen. I mean, I could swear you're an actual bum.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's
Her
not just
fucking name.
What you want?
Horse-faced woman.
Okay,
it's a
so
bit
this
much.
guy is cool. He stands there like a statue, an angry statue, and he does not like you.
Yeah. You get a bonus from calling your station.
Also, I have a 50-50 chance.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out for yourself, Luke.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station?
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from?
The game points it out. Puts it together for you.
Hmm.
Okay, then. It's probably a coincidence.
Jamais
Nice.
vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Bonuses. 1 XP. Oh, that's not bad.
For every orb, it's not. You even have bonus orbs showing up because of perception.
Mm-hmm. Intellect learning cap raised by 1.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good.
I got 30 minutes left for Precarious World.
Might be able to kill that in this conversation. Maybe.
Probably can, but I also wanted to say before talking to this guy and...
Oh, sure.
The woman
Yeah.
in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. Yes, I am. I know.
He's the real deal.
Kim, he's the real deal.
Thank you, Kim.
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
I thought Kim and I were the only ones.
There are more police? Yeah.
I bring word of the end to come.
More in the doomsaying options.
Have I wronged you? I've done that to a lot of people.
No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want? What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
They are very not pleased with that question.
Mm-hmm.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
Nothing, just wondered.
You look cute together.
Terrible answer.
Yeah. Yeah. You have a lot of those options.
The sooner you figure this hanging out, the sooner everyone can go home.
I love 3. I mean, you've kind of already established, hey, we're all police here, but like, you're the police, right? Cool. So am I. Silly.
Oh my god. 26. I could talk to Kim probably.
Yes.
Maybe?
No, there's nothing new. How much was it for the room for the night?
Can I help you?
I think it's 20.
20 real?
20, yeah.
Then why are you wasting my time?
I'm just asking, buddy.
It's a fair question. Ooh, someone's a good chef.
Yeah.
I usually just dice my tomatoes.
I usually don't cut them on my own. Actually, I don't. Actually, funny thing, I like tomato products. I do not like actually tomatoes.
I'm kind of the opposite way. Like, ketchup is okay, but I usually only use it for like fries. I'll use like a different sauce for burgers and such. But I've been making a like tortilla mix, kind of as like a meal prep thing recently. Been doing a lot of onion, green onion, and tomato.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
But no, like marinara sauce for pizza or ketchup I like, but just
Oh, yeah?
actual raw tomatoes I can't stand. Don't like them.
I usually do like light marinara sauce on my pizzas. Too much goop was never good for my, like, I don't know, texture palette, I guess. I like the taste, just too much of it is kind of overpowering. Can't trash talk pizza though. It's good stuff.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Could buy pants.
Could buy some pants. They're nice looking sporty track pants.
Savoir-faire and physical instrument, so they're nice.
Fuck about it.
Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
Why not?
That fucking had one thing majorly wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Do you remember how he looked? Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
So he
Kuno tried to
did
get the
interact
helmet
with
on.
some of it.
It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk.
Unless it's, you know, drugs. He cares about the
Don't
drugs.
someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate. Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker came around talking about cows or some shit. Came around pretending like he cares about cows.
He means Manana, the laid-back striker at the gates.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
You're
Maybe.
testing Kuno's patience here.
Mm-hmm.
Get lost.
Thank you, Kuno S. Go away.
Mm-hmm.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
And I'm not going to talk to him about drugs either. Oh my god, I'm so close. 21! 21. I don't want to fail on my red checks instantly, though.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can still, like, go guess as to who the cop is, but who's to say whether or not there's a red check after that?
Yeah.
Also, it's Wednesday now.
Mm-hmm.
So that little bridge to the southern part of the map is now open.
Very true.
Or at least should be.
Yeah, let's piss off the cop.
Sure.
Let's read some Dick Mullen.
You wanna read some Dick Mullen right in front of him? Go for it.
And the mistaken identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch. The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are two silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. That seems to sum up the premise nicely.
Very stereotypical detective drama.
Nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
Are you really reading that, detective? Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
Also, Kim knows.
He does.
The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Elysium coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law.
Esprit de corps. That explains why Kim doesn't like it.
Yeah, it does in part. But also, how did Harry begin this game?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Also extremely
it's a little accurate.
In your case.
Thank you, Electro Kib. Something we don't say very often.
Hey, I'm trying at least.
You are.
You fall off the wagon sooner or later.
Electrochemistry, stop betting against me.
It really is. It can't not bet on drugs and alcohol.
Yeah, very true.
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
Right?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know who's writing this garbage, but they're clearly not detectives.
That his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure. Of course, Mullen didn't do it, That's the whole premise of the book.
It wouldn't even
Mullen
be a
returns
book if he
to
did
the
it.
seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana de Nerva.
Nice, a lady, or whatever.
The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch.
My thought is done, which is what I wanted.
Yeah, your thought is done, and clearly the Dick Mullen books are hyper stereotypical detective drama.
How not to lose.
Mm-hmm.
It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by numbers and punitive measures, pain, rejection, and unpaid bills. You can either play, or you can crawl under a boat and waste away. Turn into salt, or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Or you can fight. The only way to load the dice is to keep on fighting.
Okay. What are the bonuses?
Not too bad, really.
Critical success threshold lowered by 1, which means I succeed on a 11 or 12 now?
You would always get a critical success on double sixes. Now you will also get one on a 5 and a 6.
So 11s and 12s. Okay.
Yeah.
And failure thresholds are lowered by 1, which I don't know what that is necessarily.
I forget. I think that might also mean that, like, instead of only crit failing on Snake Eyes, you'll also crit fail on a 3. On a 2 and a 1.
Critical success and failure thresholds lowered by 1.
Yeah.
So is just the failure threshold, like, is critical only apply to success, meaning the crit success is lowered by 1, and failure thresholds are lowered by 1. So everything is just easier to succeed by 1?
I think it's everything is easier to crit succeed, right? Because you can have a roll that's like you need to roll an 8, or something that's like you need to roll completely outside of your ability to roll it. But if you roll 2 6s, then you automatically win. And now it's a 5 and a 6. And the threshold for a crit failure was you fail no matter what if you roll double ones. Even if, like, whatever you rolled plus your bonuses would always already carry you over success. But if you rolled 2 1s, you fail. Now I think that's also if you roll a 1 and a 2, you auto fail. Like, I think it's both critical success and critical failure.
This is they're lowered by 1, which is what's interesting.
Yeah, but I read that as, like, opening it up. I can look this up real quick.
Yeah, look it up quick. I'm gonna go get a snack.
Sure. So, the precarious world. In practice, that means rolls off of an 11, a 5 or a 6 counts as an automatic success regardless of the difficulty check. Likewise, a 3, a 1 and a 2 count as an automatic failure. So the threshold for a critical success and the threshold for a critical failure have been widened a little bit. It is both easier to critically succeed and easier to critically fail. But that bonus of being easier to critically succeed is kind of nice if you're safe scumming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 3 chances instead of just 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, very good thought. And worth it to basically all red checks failing for a couple of hours.
It's a nice trade-off. And, like, you didn't even see a red check during that. So, like, not too bad, really.
Yeah.
Did you already get your snack?
Yeah, I got a cookie in front of me here. I'm just thinking.
Oh, nice. I'm going to make a very quick trip to the bathroom. I'll be back in a couple of seconds.
Okay, I'll hold on then.
All right.
Unsurprising, chat. My opinion for the moment is chocolate chip cookies are amazing. Got a big old container of them from the store where they had a sale on them for, I think it's like a $5 like bucket of them for $1 off. So not bad. Probably just made too much and couldn't sell them. They're like, okay, take everybody, buy these. Hmm.
I'm back, and I'd agree. Chocolate chip cookies are great.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they're like, kind of basic, you can do a lot with cookies. They're hard to beat. They're a classic.
They're a good baseline. They're a good baseline.
Yeah.
It's like pepperoni pizza. Are there other pizzas that are very good and probably better? Yes, I've had barbecue chicken. I've had barbecue chicken pizza. It's amazing. It's fantastic.
That's
it has red
probably
onions
one
on
of my favorite, honestly.
Yeah, but is pepperoni pizza a good, solid baseline? Absolutely.
Yep, I'm not going to turn it down.
Mm-hmm. Here's a question. I was kind of checking my phone a little bit as well.
Sure.
Saw a post here saying, tell me right now what your unpopular VTuber opinion that would make people react like this. And it's like a guy standing there with a whole bunch of swords pointed at his neck. So like, what's an opinion you have about VTubing and the VTuber industry community that you think would be people might not like?
I don't know. That's kind of rough. I like the VTuber community. I don't know. I think the first thing that comes to mind is like you don't need to be cringe to be successful or attractive as a VTuber. And people really like the cringe. I'm not even like opposed to it, right? I'm thinking about doing just bad karaoke as practice. And that would probably fall under cringe, or like a lot of, because I have to work within a more tight schedule now, and so I might just do like some React content. And that would include like some cringe, but I don't think you have to really embrace that. I'm not sure if that's true or not. That's just my opinion, though, right? Like,
well, I mean, all of this is opinions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I saw some interesting ones here, like
sure, yeah.
Like,
what do they have?
Somewhere. Oh, let me. It's kind of had me thinking about like what I would say.
Try not to be cringe. VTuber Edition Challenge Impossible. Thank you, J Hank. I appreciate it.
Yeah, there's a lot of here about like get rid of forced positivity. Some about people being two-faced and that. I
think a lot of that comes from just like an entertainment type of thing, though.
Yeah. Somebody here said PNG is as good as a live 2D model.
Yeah, that's very much going to be like up to viewer opinion, I feel, because you can a lot of people will like you because of like what you do, your content, and your personality.
Yeah, very much.
But also some people are like initially drawn to like, whoa, that's a really cool model.
Yeah, the shiny dress people. Here, I was scrolling up to try and find a specific one, which I love this answer. It said, people who complain about too much drama in the community need to stop following 500 plus VTubers and or curate their feeds better. I can guarantee you'll see less drama if you only follow people you actually like/watch. I fully agree with that. I've done that, and there was a thing a couple months ago where somebody was like on a rip about like USB microphones and don't buy them, and the Yeti is the worst thing ever and all that. And it took me like a week until I actually saw the original post, because I had so well curated my feed that no one was directly talking about it. A couple people were talking like around it, but nobody was talking about it directly. And then finally I saw somebody that was actually like quote retweeting. I'm like, finally I know. You're the squeaky wheel. You're the one I have to be careful about because you like to talk about drama.
Yeah. There's definitely accounts that will like focus on drama. And so if you wanted to avoid that stuff, just don't follow those people or those accounts. And definitely, like, I'm not even going to count it, but if I go to my YouTube homepage or Twitch, like, there's just a huge long list of VTubers running down the side, for sure. And I like giving them views and likes, but if I have 25 tabs open, I'm not listening to every single one of those people at once, right?
Of course, yeah.
If I'm just like playing a game and not streaming and listening to a few, I will be listening to like 3 or 4 or maybe 5 at the same time. It depends on like how loud they are, how chaotic it is. Like if there's a collab going on, it's kind of hard to listen to anything else. But if I'm watching a video and have 3 little pop-out videos going at the same time, then that's doable.
Very true.
But yeah, like I would agree with that. Like the drama is pretty easy to avoid if you actually want to avoid it.
Yeah, it resonated with me. If I had my opinion about this, I would say, how do I want to phrase this? I would say in general for content creation, if you want to view it as a job, treat it as a job. Don't do things on your work account that you shouldn't do in an office. Don't like get involved in politics. Don't start arguing with people. Don't be unprofessional on your work account because they could blow up in your face and you could lose the account because I've seen people do it. But also just like if people want to follow you for fun, relaxing times, they're not going to follow you if like every other week you're blowing up at somebody about something. Like there are accounts that get away with that people like that kind of content. But there are also people that are just like, I don't like following that type of content. So when I see people, like I'll give people a quick view when I initially like vet them, and sometimes it'll take a little bit longer to like get a good vibe for them. But if somebody goes and pulls a full 180 on me at some point, it's so jarring. Yeah. And it's so weird and unprofessional. Like I don't remember their name anymore. I just remember an artist that also was a VTuber that at one point just started like doing these weird passive aggressive tweets about like an ex-boyfriend that they're like, I don't know if you can see this, but I hope you're a better person. It's like, ooh,
that's incredibly passive aggressive. And
eventually they just went full like tweet longer, and I'm like, I ended up blocking them, not even because I thought that they were the wrong person in the interaction. I actually blocked the other person as well.
Right.
But I'm like, okay, so you've been passive aggressively subtweeting about this for like a week or two now.
Right.
Your explanation of this scenario doesn't really paint you in the best picture either. So like, I don't know you as a person. I don't interact with you professionally. And one of the things they talked about was like they were so involved in this person and kind of got so lost in the relationship that they stopped properly working on commissions. And I'm like, I don't want to work. I don't want to work with you as a client either. Then so like, yeah, there's no reason.
That gives you like an insight into their personality that you might not like. And at that point, they're not trying to like reach out to their audience or their client base. They're literally just like you said, being kind of passive aggressive towards one person in particular, but out in public.
Yeah.
That was a couple of things you touched on, I think, were like a conversation recently, right? Like there was a conversation not too long ago, I want to say only a week or 3 maybe.
This was
like, well,
go ahead.
What I was referencing was like whether people should be political or not. And clearly there's a lot of restrictions for like the corporate VTubers, but far less so for regular indies, right? And so there are a lot of like big political streamers. I don't really think that
if that's your shtick, that's fine. But like if you're like, hi, I'm an art streamer, now let's talk about politics, like that's a weird branding mismatch. And it can work, but it sometimes just doesn't.
I think it's a very like kind of like yes and no thing, right? Like sometimes that can be very weird turns. Sometimes that can be your shtick. Sometimes, like you'll do a politics stream if something big happens in the realm of stuff that you normally talk about, but 5 out of every 6 streams or more, you're just going to be playing games or doing little zatsus or putting on like a show or something. And so stuff like that can work. There's an old YouTube joke that goes something along the lines of, well, your second channel always does better than the first one, even though your first one was like more what you were interested in, and the second one is like just React content or whatever gimmick you throw at that second channel. And
yeah,
that's
I've
been
seen
true for,
people.
like, a lot of people.
Yeah, I used to follow a bunch of models online, and some of them were like, "Yes, fancy photo shoot that I spent hundreds of dollars on, 5 views. This grimy bathroom mirror selfie I took, 10,000 likes." And it's just like, what? Yeah, it's not. It doesn't always work that way.
Like, one of the guys who's not even a VTuber, one of the people I follow recently, or have been watching more of recently, is a dude who I think has been streaming for like a number of years, but was never very big at it, and then started doing like video game music reaction videos. And they would do like a stream on Twitch and upload the video to YouTube, and they got pretty big through their YouTube videos, and now they've started playing a bunch of really old school RPGs, just stuff they've never touched before, because they were always more of like a Xbox and PC type of person. But they've been going through, like, they're doing Chrono Trigger and Legend of Dragoon simultaneously right now, but they kind of exploded on YouTube because of Final Fantasy XIV music reactions, and then started doing a bunch of other video game music reactions, and through that they decided to start playing Final Fantasy games, and now they're onto other RPGs. And they never, ever played any RPGs before that, and they have an actual audience for that through mostly their second channel, you know?
Mm-hmm.
J. Hank over here, it's simple. If a VTuber is streaming something interesting, you'll watch. I kind of feel that too. I will start watching people just because of like whatever games they're playing, and I'm like, oh shit, I love that game. There's a Japanese streamer that I watch, even though I'm doing Duolingo but don't speak Japanese, who I got into because they were playing Xenogears, and now they're on to Xenosaga.
Nice.
Not as big of a fan of, but you know, whatever. And another who's playing 13 Sentinels, and I found her through her playing 13 Sentinels, and I'm like, oh, that game's so fucking
very good.
Yeah, it's great. She's like 8 or 9 streams in, each of them like 3 or 4.5 hours, and not even halfway through. It's great.
Yeah,
I love
that's
that
a great game.
Much.
But yeah, no, I agree with you for because there are streamers that I like and I watch, and then they'll play something I'm like, I'm not interested in this. Like Minecraft is one of those that I don't like Minecraft streams.
Sure.
So even if there's a streamer I like to watch, if I see they're playing Minecraft or they play Minecraft for a while, I'll go off to do something else. And usually that's fine because other people like Minecraft, and it's
I'm similar. There's 1 or 2 that I really like, but their main game is League of Legends, and like I have zero interest in MOBAs. I played some way back in the day when it was just like Warcraft 3 mods, but I never got into League or Dota or not Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm or anything else like that. And so I'll like have their stuff up and give them a like so they have a view, but I'm not actually watching or listening to it. J. Hank also chimes in, if you're going to do like politics streams, you should really know what you're talking about, otherwise you'll end up throwing out a take that's so bad it'll end up killing your career.
That can happen sometimes too, yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to do politics streams, you should probably... That's like a big discussion that goes on the actual left, which is, hey, you should probably read theory if you want to know what the hell you're talking about, instead of just being like a hot takes commentator that watched too much Daily Show or whatever. And yeah, I agree. People, I think, who was it? I don't watch him so much, but I'm a fan of Hassan Abi, and every once in a while other like political commentators that he's either friends with or has butted heads with in the past will get in like not big drama, but like they'll get in some hot water for saying something that's very as this game would put it, reactionary, because that's a leftist thing too. And like that's going off with a hot take that actually, if you like expand upon it and analyze it politically, it's probably a bad thing if you were going on with this hot take. It doesn't really go along with like the rest of the politics you've been spinning, and your audience will notice that, even if they don't, read theory, they'll just be like, wow, you're mad and advocating a bad thing because you're mad. I don't like that so much, as opposed to all of the other stuff that I normally watch you for.
Yep.
Yeah. That can get messy quick, which is part of why I don't do it. I also don't pay anywhere near as much attention to politics as I used to. It's
actually
there's a lot of
I've gotten more into it as I've gotten older, but it's weird. I don't get into U.S. politics. I've been watching a channel that's been talking about like British and world politics and like EU politics.
Oh, okay, sure.
Because I can do that without just seeing this white hot flash of rage.
Yeah, you can do it as an
doesn't
outsider.
upset me quite so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's been interesting. And I actually did just chatting like media share stream back in February, maybe the beginning of March.
Oh yeah.
Where I went through a couple of politics videos then because there was some interesting things. There was one about like it was one of the ones I had like seen earlier in the week, and I started watching. I'm like, wait, no, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna save this for the media share. And
Yeah,
it was
for sure.
talking about the Nord Stream 1 or 2 pipeline in over near the EU that got blown up and damaged, and they're like. They had a very clickbaity title for it, but essentially they were like talking about who blew it up and people trying to figure out who blew it up. And my opinion was just like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Sure.
What good is having me know? It's just gonna piss people off. It's just gonna have people start trying to get somebody to take responsibility. It's just gonna start a war. Just I don't really want to know. I don't really know. It's like the same thing with COVID. Like if we ever find out like someone was cooking COVID in the lab and it got out, like that would not be a good thing to know. Like,
yeah,
because there's no country in the world that could possibly like cover the reparations bill for that. Just not at all.
No, yeah.
So it's just like what is it? What would finding this out do? Like I understand wanting the truth for it.
Yeah.
And I have a personal curiosity, but I can handle the truth. Telling millions and billions of people that it was John Wayne who cooked up COVID in a lab and sent it out for a thing like
this specific person or this specific organization or this specific nation's fault. You already see a lot of like saber rattling and fear mongering about that. And if it were ever proven
confirmed, it would be so bad. It would be World War III.
It might.
There's a chance. I don't like the odds of it avoiding it. So yeah.
Yeah.
But speaking about talking about politics, we've been talking about politics. Let's get back to the game.
Let's get back to this game that totally doesn't talk about politics except for except for when it like throws it in your face and only gives you political options.
All right, buddy. Roll the die.
In that setting, let's talk to some cops. I love this game.
This guy's like a werewolf-looking motherfucker. Jesus.
There's something about that portrait that just doesn't match up, right?
Yeah.
You know what it is.
Mr. White created a crystal so dangerous he created a virus. Something bluer than blue. You do know this guy from somewhere.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
69th.
The 69th precinct, clearly.
We're 41st, right?
Yes. That's what all the info you've been given says.
That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
Let's talk about the hypothetical. Or Kim, who is this guy?
Is this playing around?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
Oh, no wonder he hates us.
No wonder. This dude really knows who you are. And you're over here like, do I know you?
Oh, man.
Would you now, or would I be cramping your style? Never mind. Partner.
No, not at all. I love 3.
Yeah.
It's so dense. Oh, that reminds me.
But Kim's my partner, the dude from a different precinct. In this
That-
hypothetical thought experiment. Sorry,
Yeah.
keep going. Yeah.
But no, I've been playing Octopath Traveler 2 recently, and I just recently went through the story for Particio, the merchant, and he has some of the biggest fucking himbo moments I've seen in a while recently. Where it's just like one guy like talks to him, it's just like, "Oh, I'm the person you've been looking for all along," and he's just like, "What? No, I don't." And it's just like another person's in the room, like, "Oh, please stop it." I'm just sitting there going, "I know, right?" It was just so obvious in my I saw it so much earlier than he did. Of like, no, this guy just met you incognito and was sussing you out, and now he's revealing himself and things and stuff. But I'm just like, oh my god, you are such a cute dumb man.
Right. All of it
with a
completely
big heart.
bypassed your merchant character. I was about to say main character, but Octopath doesn't really have main character.
You have like your starter, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
But everybody chooses a different starter, so.
Sure, right. That's what I mean.
You have
your 8 main characters.
But yeah, my god, this guy was just funny, and he had a couple moments like that where it's just like, oh my god, you're gonna behave this way, and you're gonna do this, and you're gonna say that, and it's just gonna be goddamn. I love his music too. Yeah, I love his music too, because there's like a scene at the end of his like first chapter where like he goes up to his house on the top of a hill to see his father, to be like, all right, Pop, I gotta leave home, I gotta go do stuff here. And his father's like, yeah, you ain't no Chicky D any longer, you're a full-blown merchant. And all of his friends show up and they're like, boss, and dad gives him his hat, and it's just like, run along now, little merchant. And everybody's like talking with like kind of a Western or Southern accent, and he like runs past them all quick and stops and goes, "I'll be back once I've defeated that devil called poverty." And I was just like, "Listen," and like the song in the background is just like kind of like twangy, kind of nice. It sounds really good, and then it brings in this fucking saxophone out of nowhere, and I'm like, this man is gonna get so much fucking pussy out there on the road. Like it just oozes. Like I need validation on this. I have the song on the tab here, but I'm not going to send that over because we're streaming. But I need validation of this image.
Okay. I can play it in a tab that won't show up on stream.
All right. Image address. We're doing this in Discord chat.
Yeah, so that's why my video just went away for a minute.
There. So that's him. I'm gonna share it actually here in. This is the image I shared with Rad. I found it on Google.
Oh, I can see that being a huge himbo moment.
Like it's that guy.
That guy
there. And
he almost looks like a detective, but he has
a very like noir like look to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then here's the playlist. His song is number 9.
Okay.
We're just gonna listen to the first like 30 seconds or so of this chat. We'll get back to the game, I promise. I need to hear Rad's reaction to this. It's like it starts off good. Like it starts off and you're like, oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, it sounds great. The first Octopath, I haven't heard any of Octopath Traveler 2's soundtrack at all. The first one had a great soundtrack, and I haven't even played either.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sax is fantastic.
Yeah, I know. Like you're just there, like, yeah, dude. This guy's cool. This guy's great. This guy's epic. And then it comes in with a fucking saxophone out of nowhere. And it's just like, oh my god!
It bursts onto the scene. When you first mentioned that, before saying what you felt about it, I was like, oh, it could be like really bluesy. Like his dad's giving him the hat, and then he's gonna go out and get like into a lot of trouble. Realize that he can't defeat poverty. But no, that's a sex-having song.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is a liquid sex song. My god. I think somebody even like took like another image of him. like took another image of him that has like him down there, like holding out a bunch of items. He's got like his hand up, like holding his hat, and they like start playing his song. And then all of a sudden, when it hits the saxophone, they like do an edit for the image and put like sunglasses on him and put a saxophone in his hand. It's just like,
Absolutely.
oh my god, this is just way too extra.
Absolutely, that sax is deserving of the cool meme sunglasses.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I needed that for a minute with this guy here with his sunglasses. And just like, no, this reminds me too much of Particio, and I need to talk about
it. This guy might be going in slightly different direction than Particio, but that's a great song. I'm gonna have to listen to more of that soundtrack. I'm keeping that open on the side.
Yeah,
sure.
It's actually a bit hard to find. I found it like opening weekend, and then apparently it got like a damn shared.
Yeah.
Surprise. You can't really find it easy to like stream in here in the West, and the only thing I found to like buy it is like a pre-order for a physical copy of the soundtrack for like $50, and then I think I could buy it from like Amazon Japan for like $45 or something. It's hideously expensive.
Posting that in my chat.
I wouldn't post it in your chat. I wouldn't recommend that.
Ah, damn. Okay, well, J. Hank, Particio the Merchant has a really good saxophone in his theme from Octopath Traveler 2.
I would recommend checking YouTube for it, because I'm sure YouTube has several videos that play most, if not all, of the song, just in weird ways of capturing it. But it's out there, and find it, and there's a lot of other good songs on there. If the soundtrack were any cheaper, I would absolutely recommend the whole thing. Because yeah, there's a couple that I've been listening to on this thing that I found that's definitely legitimate.
I immediately see a lot of covers of that song.
No shit.
Yeah, no surprise there at all.
Oh, man.
None of them saxophone covers, though.
Shame.
Big shame.
I mean, maybe they just cut the line for, and like just like cut in the saxophone through something. Like they're not playing it on a sax. They just like
guitar and piano covers, so they're probably playing over it, and you can still hear it.
Yeah. But
yeah, that's great. I should probably play those games eventually.
Yeah. Also, you can get them on Octopath 2, especially. You can buy on PC. It's on Steam, so you don't need to play it on Switch and deal with any problems.
That's nice. My Switch is still of the old variety. I've not gotten a new one yet.
Yeah. But all right.
I did play through the recent Metroid Prime remaster pretty good. I was thinking about streaming that, but it's the same game, so
People like it though. I saw somebody doing Metroid Prime and doing Skyward Sword recently. So
sure,
there's a market for older games.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, I was more successful and had more people showing up when I was playing Xenogears than I do for a lot more recent games, which is funny.
A little bit, yeah. I think people like the classics. I'm definitely going to resume my Parasite Eve playthrough soon.
What about Tactics Ogre? Did you finish that off on your own, or are you gonna jump back to that?
No, I haven't. I want to. I didn't finish any of the stuff that I was streaming. Like I played.
Okay.
FF7 Remake. I played because I've played that before and it's great. And I was like thinking about it before I took my little hiatus. And I played the Metroid Prime remaster. What else did I play? I checked out the like Final Fantasy Rhythm Theater game, which is pretty good and fun. I was disappointed that Dancing Mad was not a 16-minute long level, but that's fine. I get it. What else did I play? I want to say I checked out one or two. I don't know. I've played a lot of FF14 in the past couple of weeks, which may or may not show up on stream. Probably only when like newer stuff gets added.
Yeah, people like that game though.
People like that game, but I've already played through all of the story that's out, and I'm at the end, and I'm doing like crafter stuff right now. So
okay.
I don't know. Like I could. One of the dumb ideas I had, but I would like somewhat of an audience, was like, I'm gonna do an ASMR game, and you're gonna have to guess what I'm playing in the background while I just don't talk and don't chat. And it would either be like Minecraft or FF14, just doing a bunch of crafting stuff. I
think people could suss out both of those pretty simply, but there has to be people who know the sounds of it. But that is a neat idea of like ASMR game, like, hey everyone, we're going to be playing Well You Don't Know Yet today.
Yeah, exactly.
Join me in guessing and see what you think this game is.
The stream only ends when you guess it. First
Or
5
when I
minutes
get
go
really
by is
tired.
Minecraft. Oh, damn.
Damn it! I guess I gotta go, chat. It's been nice
See you
seeing you
next time.
today. Bye.
Yeah.
But okay, back to it. Yeah, no, you're
Yes.
gonna cramp my style at all, buddy. Let's really piss him off by telling him something that he clearly has heard before.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. How about you stop wasting my time and get on with whatever you were doing then?
This guy's clearly super happy.
Do you have a crime to solve?
No. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't Albin.
You're not going to believe this, but police officers, yes
Holy
sir,
shit.
solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Thank you, Kim.
Yes. Thank you always, Kim. Though we can't actually remember who we are, so...
Neither can I.
Kim, who is this guy?
I'm not getting involved in this.
Coward!
Kim knows.
He thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
What am I playing? I'll continue playing some stuff that I've been streaming recently. And there's some new stuff in the works too, for sure.
Oh my god, I've got some questions for you. I'm a cop.
It's great. I love this conversation. He's clearly so angry, and Harry just like can't quite put.
Harry
his
literally
finger on
doesn't.
why.
Yeah, Harry literally doesn't understand why. Yeah, it's great. By the way, if you're looking for good games, Tunic, very good game.
Oh, I played Tunic on stream a while ago. Yeah, it's fantastic. Have you beat it?
I did. I cheated, especially near the end. Oh yeah, like the late game puzzles for like the secret hidden fairies. I'm like, all right, fuck this shit. I'm looking it up.
I don't think I looked anything up for that game except for there's the one room where you can like rotate the camera and all the images appear outside of the like circular area, and people had to like decode that stuff, and so I didn't try to solve that. It just points to like a website with some extra notes and
yeah, that one. Yeah, because they do it in the game's in-game text stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did hear about that. No, I got real fucking lazy near the end of the game because I kind of like I got into a room, and if I could figure out like, oh, the answer to this puzzle is this, like here's what I need to do to solve it, and then I would go, yeah, I don't want to fucking do that. Like the one room where like the puzzle is like, oh, it's a hidden maze on the floor. The maze itself is the pattern of buttons you need to press in order to solve it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to learn what that is off the top of my head. I'm just gonna look it up.
Wasn't that one also with like the maze is invisible?
Yeah,
so
it's an invisible maze.
Yeah, you can't. So you can like make your way through it, but you have to fucking memorize the steps to do it.
Yeah.
To like input it on the D-pad. Yeah, that game is so smart. Like having the puzzles in the instruction manual that you collect. Is a really smart move. Having it be like an old Zelda, but with a pseudo kind of modern graphics engine, and then you're collecting an old like Game Boy style instruction pamphlet.
Oh, they're actually selling a physical copy of that, by the way. I saw some stuff online that were talking about it.
I believe it. That'd be a cool thing to have.
Yeah, that's great merch. That's a fantastic. If they weren't doing that, I'd be like, they should sell the physical copy of this. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, Tunic is amazing. Anybody who likes puzzles and old Zelda games should check out Tunic.
Yeah, I would describe it as the early and middle game is very fun. The late game has some challenging bosses. And then it is murder for anybody who wants to 100% it without looking up spoilers. It is very difficult to do that. There are some puzzles that are really brutal.
Yeah. And I would honestly say all of those are pretty doable, except for one that one I was just talking about, because that one like literally involves cryptography and actually being able to translate the language in game.
That as well as yes.
Yeah.
That one, or even the big gate puzzle. It's just like you can do it, but you're getting out a piece of paper to solve that one.
Oh yeah, because that's the one where you have to flip through all of the different. You have to like see the grid at the end. Is that the one where you see the golden grid at the end and then flip through all the different pages and put together the pattern? Yeah, I literally like got out Clip Studio and just drew everything on stream because you have to.
Yeah, you do, and it's genuinely difficult to do that. And I even looking up that son of a bitch puzzle, like the site I was looking at was like 10 commands a line, and it was still like 8 or 9 lines of commands to type in. It's
easily
super long to do.
It's 25 squares, and each of them have like 2 to 5 inputs.
Yeah.
And
it's like, because it's basically, it's so to explain to chat, the book has like little lines on every page. You're supposed to take those pages and take those lines and put them on a grid that like shows like the page numbers, and when they're all put together, they essentially form a maze, and you press the buttons to go through the maze on like the D-pad. The problem is, the maze like loops around, it goes through every square, it really goes in a circle.
Sometimes it goes through squares twice, so you're doing the same one, but not back to back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's always just like up, down, left, or right.
Right. The game is so smart because all of those D-pad puzzles are there from the beginning. And like when you're first playing the game and you don't know what's going on, you're like, oh, the D-pad does nothing. It doesn't move, it doesn't perform an action, whatever. And you slowly piece together mechanics through collecting the instruction pamphlet in-game that will like tell you can do certain specific things. It'll show you how to like do dodge or block parries or something like that, or that you can like charge your melee attack or something, stuff that's not ever explained. And eventually it points out, though not directly, that kind of like through a very visual thing that's not just spelling it out for you, that you can follow these golden lines and do inputs, do directions, and that's the thing. That's how you solve a certain puzzle. And once that becomes obvious, you're like, okay, but how do I? What does that actually mean? I get what it's trying to tell me, but I don't understand how to do it. And then you try to do it on the D-pad just out of like instinct or guessing, and you get that happens. And then you see all those yellow lines on all the different pages, which is building up to an even bigger puzzle. But before you can even solve that, like not only are there lines that determine what direction you have to press on the D-pad, there's like at least one visual gimmick in the lines that only sometimes appears that means you have to press it twice. And so you'll run across a puzzle that's like, wait, I've done 7 of these. Why is this one not working?
Yep.
Oh, there's something slightly different about this line. What does that mean? And it never spells it out.
Or like you get to a room and like the puzzle to like solve it is like, oh, it's like a fountain and it's counting the flowers on the cardinal directions of the fountain. Where like north will have 1 flower, south will have 2, and there's a bundle of 3 at north again, and there's 4 on the right, 5 on the left, 6 on the right. So it's just basically up, down, up, right, left, right.
Right.
And that's what you have to press. And you're like pulling this environmental information to solve these puzzles on the screen.
Right.
The game really doesn't tell you what it is. It just takes you, like reading the book tells you to go to this spot, and you're like, well, what do I do here? And you have to figure it out or look it up.
And that puzzle that has like the different environmental information, there's a lot of different puzzles that do that, but like having the 1 or 2 or 3 in some direction, it really only uses that gimmick maybe 3 times in a game that has like, I don't know, 50 puzzles that are like that. So you get introduced, you finally decipher, not even through like translating anything, because you can translate that book, but you don't have to. A lot of stuff is using like an in-game language that you kind of work yourself around instead of breaking it down and actually translating it. And there's a bunch of, once you figure out the like D-pad directional puzzles, there's a bunch of different ways the game implements that in order to tell you like the actual order you have to follow or pattern you have to follow. It's really, really smart. And so like if you wanted to do a second playthrough, you can almost kind of sequence break things by knowing how those puzzles work long before you could ever intuit it from the pages you collect.
Oh, yeah,
is super good.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's start questioning these guys because they need to respect my authority. I'm a cop after all.
You are a cop.
You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like.
A prophet, a revolutionary, a sack of shit.
Like
This
Guillaume
is-
Lumiere. Which is like some rock star you've talked about before, just offhand in previous streams.
A man down on his luck. I'm trying real hard here, man.
Oh, well, go solve your case then. That would count as trying hard.
Damn.
No.
he will not answer your questions.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
If I
But
wasn't
I'm a
clinically
cop.
depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now.
Oh,
Maybe you want to hear me say things.
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
He's had enough of that,
Okay,
actually.
Say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear
He
that?
says,
He
non-sarcastically.
wants you to say things. Say one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
I wonder why that could be.
Yeah.
It's almost like you have a rapport with this guy.
Yeah.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting? Okay, well...
He corrects his blonde wig.
It's just straight up like, that's a fucking wig.
I don't know. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even?
Oh my god, there's more. You want some more?
Of course there's more.
Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Why? Oh my god, there's more.
Think that's about all you get.
The man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
It was kind of weird, yeah.
It's a little off.
Actually, you know what? This whole interaction was perfectly normal for me these days.
It's been, yeah, in comparison to what Harry's gone through recently, not that weird.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at, but still. Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Unless.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Be like, okay, or yeah, I really don't remember you.
He pinches the root of his nose.
He is not happy with this answer.
I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work.
Even though he's got that cop marking on his suit.
Yeah, that Kim fully told us about.
Mm-hmm.
God bless.
So, some other cops from your precinct are here, and they are not happy with your bullshit. Well,
Okay, to be fair, I've been here for a week. Actually, no. Actually, they're probably here because I lost my badge and my gun. But I've only been here for a week.
Right.
It's a murder, and it's a complicated one. But also,
yeah, the more you look into it, the more complicated it is.
Also, yes, I am on my bullshit again.
Yeah, Harry is very much on his bullshit. He kind of doesn't, even the way you're playing it, just nice and straightforward and simple, and like we're legitimately trying to figure out what's going on and not trying to completely screw up Harry as a person. Like, he kind of can't not be on some bullshit. He has a very little clue as to what's going on or what reality is like.
What a wondering man. How can I help you now?
I wasn't supposed to go in, so I shouldn't do that. Inland Empire name.
Oh, yeah. I forget
Know about
that
the armor.
Manana is where you can talk about the name you want for yourself. But yeah, Kuno just mentioned some armor.
The little boy had a good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
Interesting.
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots
It's very
were still on the
believable.
guy last I saw. Too hard to remove.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Surprise, surprise, that the guy named Call Me Mañana, Call Me Tomorrow, says, it's too much effort.
I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least. Oh,
What
they're just
about the
gone.
leggings?
They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
Yeah, so he doesn't have anything covering his legs.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armored too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off him.
Well, we sent off the body, so that's not going to happen.
Yep, no more boots.
No problem.
It's fine.
If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
Let's maybe not go thank Kuno.
Yeah.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Sure they are.
Uh-huh. They fancy themselves police officers, but then they staged a hanging.
They sure did.
In order to do what, exactly?
Well, they had a corpse, which is interesting because, like, they could have just disappeared the body, but they didn't.
They made it public.
I thought the bridge was supposed to be down today.
Go a little bit further northwest. Or I guess just west. The game has like an actual north that doesn't line up with the top side of the map, so I don't know. I think the sign that was in the ravine has been removed, so you might be able to actually close that bridge. And then the only other thing I can think of up here is someone told you to talk to those old people playing with balls.
A rusty control panel. You grab the handle and pull the lever up.
Voila.
As soon as the metal connects against the water lock starts moving.
It actually animates.
Oh, neat.
All right, we can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks. And if you wanted to forge that document for Everard, now you can.
If you wanted to.
I don't feel like helping Everard with this thing.
That's fair. I love Everett as a character, but it's because, like, you can basically walk up to him and be like, "You're lying to me." And Everett's response is essentially, "I am! I love lying. It's great. Thanks for noticing."
He's a very honest villain.
Yeah.
Again, officer.
How may I head the citizens' militia on this fine day?
But this guy, does he know about the flower?
Officer.
There we.
God damn it.
The
Pull
very first one, yeah.
yourself together, René. What do you want? I prefer the old name. Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck. It used to be. But the communards were fond of them too. Call them revolutionary flowers. Bells of the revolution.
Sure, whatever.
You know what? No. They brought me misery, false hope, and disappointment. The revolutionaries sullied them.
You stirred up some bad memories there.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the ID for you, was it? She gave it to you, and your jealous little heart just couldn't accept it.
Oh, I like Gaston.
Yeah, me too.
I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston, but not while we have company. So, officers.
I like Renee a lot too.
Yet, do they?
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you'll have to wait for at least a month.
I found your guard booth.
Yes. The Debardiers Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
Did he see any bit of the murder?
Yeah.
Or you can ask him about the picture you found.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Who's working the shift?
No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
You're nowhere near the front gates, though. You're off on the corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Which, if you think about it, really is Everard, like, looking out for his community.
Yeah.
It's only one guy, but he was trying to do a good thing.
All right, I'm reading through these. Everett gets it. Big guy's looking after the small and everybody working together. I love it. Except he doesn't get it. I don't like defending Everett. Such dependency only weakens a man further. Do or die. There is no middle. No.
Yeah.
Renee is but one man. We need a program. Get all the elderly back to the job market. Keep folks motivated. No.
Yeah, that's free market and hustle right there.
Yeah. Renee should rent out his services, invest the profit, get few more guys, expand and repeat. Wage work is a dead end. There's nothing wrong with tar collecting. It's my side thing too.
Which is not a lie. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about most of those answers. Like, 1 and 5 are legit, but 1 praises Everett and 5 makes you look like a hobo. The rest are various economic stuff.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now?
No, I'm going to ask you about a picture.
See? He's nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, yes.
like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Okay.
So really, what did we learn about the flowers? They're not really blooming around here, especially not right now.
True, they're not from around here. So yeah, that is right.
But one ended up on that rooftop somehow.
It did.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey,
which one's this?
You. Yes, you. Word on the street is
What is-
you're ready to
What
start
commie option did you pick?
communism again.
Oh, everybody working together when you praised Everart.
Oh, right.
This
is fun. You don't have to do any of
Keep
these.
saying
But
things like down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impel all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets.
I haven't said any of that. No.
You really haven't.
Regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff. Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal
Jesus, rhetoric.
the seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind.
Devour and masticate.
Why are all the voices in my head so crazy?
Everyone.
They're out there.
So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
What is it that rhetoric thinks communism is even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh.
Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts.
Oh my
Absolutely
God.
vanquished, beaten.
Rhetoric, stop
and pissed on.
talking to my ego.
You will reverse the fortune
Precisely.
of the workers of the world.
You, one guy, will help usher in like a world revolution of, communism. That thing built around community.
Every living
Mhm.
thing. Against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossible.
Reminds me of the whole push for Sigma males and things like that. And it's so confusing to me because I'm like, so you're a strong, independent man who doesn't need nobody to help him, and that's why you've taken a group name to match up with other men like you, so you can all be together. And
Yeah.
wait, what?
Yeah, it's like a very oxymoronic type of thing.
Yeah.
The hustle grind set stuff that Savoir Faire was offering up earlier touches on that a lot more. This communism stuff, which I'm going to assume you're not going to opt into.
Correct.
Yeah. Again, the authors of this game grew up in a failed post-communist
Soviet state,
state. And when this game won awards, they got on stage and thanked Marx for his eternal science of communism. They weren't anti-communist. They were like, damn, everybody did it wrong, and all of this other stuff was not really communism. And the big monsters of communism weren't really communists, just like the Nazis weren't really socialists. That's not what those words mean. But also, they would see people that spoke like this right here and have nothing but disdain for them. None of the political or economic quests, side quests, or side investigations, as the game calls it, have anything really nice to say about those groups.
True.
You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
Jesus, rhetoric.
Now
Yeah.
get to work, comrade.
What
No.
a wild idea to even have, single-handedly repairing and uplifting the dream of a whole class.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over. No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this. Did someone mention cocaine? Are you doing cocaine? No. I'm sure I heard someone say cocainism. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one. There's one.
Volition. Who does
It is
always have
Volition.
your back.
I managed to succeed that. I don't think I want the communism thought at all, do I?
It gets you like a side quest and some nice dialogue, but it's not one of the ones that gives you like. Well, I think you probably you'll like get experience a little bit whenever you say communist things, but then you'd be inclined to start going down that road. I like all of the political side quests, but again, none of them are like positive, right?
Yeah, I'll pass.
Sure. I think we've passed most of them. Oh, not the fascist one, but like we might not even see that one pop up because it's pretty easy to avoid saying a lot of fascist things. They're all pretty good. They're all like pretty well written. Like the communist one basically sees you join like a book club, but it's just two people who do too much reading and no action. And they kind of make fun of you for not reading enough theory, and then when you finally read it and mostly interpret it correctly, they're pretty impressed. But then you can like spectacularly fail and ask them things like, I think I figured it out. Are the bourgeoisie the women? Oh god, Harry, no. Or they're trying to build a stack of cards that's based off of Mazovian thought, this universe's stand-in for Karl Marx. And during this near impossible to build tower of cards, there's conversations about like how actually physics is bourgeois and cannot be trusted. So just like radical, weird misinterpretations of a lot of different stuff.
Oh, there's like bricks over here.
Yeah, so like a lot of those political and economic quests have fun stuff in them. But yeah, here we have opened up what I'll call the second half of the game.
Nice.
We finally get to go to the south, and whoa, there's some really fun stuff down here. There's a lot of tire markings.
I wonder if the lorry driver's down here because we haven't seen her anywhere. And
the lady driver?
Yeah, the lady driver.
Yeah. Hey.
2 canisters worth
a lot of money.
Enough to purchase a boombox,
A
actually.
discounted boombox. Hell yeah, it is.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water.
Oh no.
Sinking into the Insulindian Ocean.
Oh no.
What do you mean, oh
It must be
no?
cold and lonely down there. In the icy, the seawater has already started to corrode the metalwork.
Yeah, I think I know whose this is.
Oh yeah?
This is where they were leading.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
Kim is all down for it.
Sinking feeling. Comes up as you look at the
Inland
motor carriage
nose.
in the deep,
In the nose.
cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
Sure, Volition. That makes sense.
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
So I got here and immediately crashed my car?
Maybe.
The motor carriage is properly
Someone
stuck
certainly
in the
did.
ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it. Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Kim's not going to comment on that one.
Hmm.
Does seem pretty crazy reckless.
Crazy recklessness. I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The Joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A Joyrider jacket. A Joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this Joyrider. It's from some kind
It's
of
a very strange connection. Whatever could it be?
racing livery, like a cop would.
I don't know. An hour or two tops?
Oh, straight up past time. We have to wait.
Straight up past a little bit of time. We didn't even really see the swing set because you didn't go down southwest a bit, but it's right there.
In the old rusty
Mm-hmm.
playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
I can't change my equipment. Darn it.
You can't change your equipment and you can't save. You are locked in the middle of a scene.
The tune
Nice.
forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill. The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Oh my god, that first one.
That first one's a bit much, right?
Or and three is, would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches?
Yeah, you know, small talk.
Nice, boring option
I
two.
believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But I suppose it could move quicker, yes?
Clouds on the horizon grow dark, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Okay, option one's a good question, at least.
Yeah. I mean, the
Luckily,
anthill
I
thing
am
is also
already a
kind of fun.
member of
Nothing
an
really has
independent
any effect on the game
organization,
right now.
And therefore, do not have to choose between a rock and a hot place.
Okay, but gun to your head, which one do you choose?
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Here we go. So you noticed immediately. One of my favorite parts of watching playthroughs of this game is people getting right here and not immediately putting two and two together.
That it's Harry's car, yeah.
Yeah. It even looks like Kim's.
Mm-hmm.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupris, Model 40.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people. Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
Logic.
Rank of an underground street racing hierarchy. Small fish, this one.
Must be
Tommy 41.
Morning host of FM 41. Looks like the factory made a mistake and accidentally called this one Capri 41. Stupid factory.
Precinct. Oh god, no. I kind of want to just go to oh god,
Just,
no.
oh god, no. The sudden realization.
Part of me wants to save scum this and do option 1, but
all of them are pretty funny.
I will ask a specific question here, and I want you to give me an answer. When I pick one of these, does it allow me to choose other ones until oh god no? Like could I go down to the list technically?
It's been a minute. I want to say you can, and every single one, Kim is just kind of like, yeah, I don't think that's it. There's not a lot behind each one of these.
But it could also be the number of a police precinct. Precinct 41.
Or he immediately points you in that
First he
direction.
tells you. Opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. Oh God, Harry. Oh God, Harry. What did you do? No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Volition does not want it.
Right.
So it is only one choice. I wish you'd taken me back there.
Yeah.
And let me choose again. But darn. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm afraid so, yes.
Mandatory
Looks like you drove your police
damage.
motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
Maybe you can.
I can fix it.
Away.
I can fix it.
You can fix that wreck. Look at it. It's totally fixable, especially by just you.
Things were going so well. We were just whistling merrily.
I think you can choose all of these before you proceed. Maybe.
Maybe. Let's just get what's inside.
Mm.
Yes.
Yeah, you realized it instantly. Task complete. You found the traffic hooligan. It was you all along. Hey! How about that, though?
A commander's jacket? Oh no. That's no
commander's
wonder that's no wonder that guy hates us so fucking much.
Uh-huh.
Shivers or visual calculus?
Oh no, that looks exactly like your hypothetical partner's jacket.
Yep.
Black uniform jacket with the RCM signature white rectangle on its right sleeve and backside.
LTN to JFR. Exceptional quality other than some minor wear and tear. And the items were fuel canister.
Yeah. Pick that up off the car. I don't think it's worth much except for selling. And also your badge, which I thought would be... Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's what we used to look like?
Look at that picture! He looks all right. That's
No, he still has, what is it called? The look, the expression.
He still has the expression, and like I don't know if it's just the photo or not, but he still has like very gray skin. But otherwise, he kind of looks like what's his name? The Chris that plays Star-Lord.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like he's just kind of all right looking in that photo. Now, Kim may or may not have something to say.
Yeah, he might.
A police badge on which
Oh,
you
here we
see
go.
the photo of a man. You.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that, but the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
Yeah, I didn't want to do a photo.
He sure did.
A newer photo would look different. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy
love that
in the
delivery.
picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut.
Oh,
and
it's actually the badge talking to us.
in
Yeah.
massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. It looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain. while producing it, as you are now. Although there's already a hint of that pain, certainly. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're
Haha! I didn't completely spoil the name. Harrier Dubois.
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
I am he who harries people. Harrier.
Yep.
Okay, that's a good. That's actually a good cop name.
It's a pretty good name. I like it a lot, honestly.
Interestingly enough, I wonder if we get bonuses against that manana thing about like you know your name.
Maybe.
To call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
Which is totally a thing Kim always does.
Catching
Nice.
You see lines of information.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
So we were up for promotion twice and turned it down.
Mm-hmm.
There are many
Wanted to keep doing field work, probably.
The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken. Or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors, out of respect.
Or those.
And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Mm-hmm. I thought my rank was
Décomptage is
drunk.
a hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos.
Counting down to twos?
Mm.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Of course, authority points that out, but it's also true.
So you've been putting up... no, I thought he was both... Wait, I thought he was also a sergeant.
You're both lieutenants? You, Harrier,
But I've turned you down twice.
Yeah,
and that's
has
why I
been up for
ranked him.
promotion twice. Kim has not. You've been doing it longer. You've got more experience. You've got more cases solved, for sure. You've been up for promotion more times.
What are satellite
You're
officers?
given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
So you've been putting up with my bullshit because I'm your superior. Don't want to say that. Putting up with me because we're the same rank? Or...
I mean, the first one, it's not necessarily insulting.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
I believe that's his
More than
response to
driving
one
your
as
motor
well.
Carriage into the sea.
Okay.
And now we've even found your badge.
Like, no matter what.
He trusts you for now. Try not to spoil it.
Right, unless you really piss Kim off and get him to leave, he's like, you're weird, sure, but you're doing good work. I can't deny that.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads,
Revachol 12, 6205, Jam 41. So Jam Rock Station 41, Revachol 12 something, and 6205. I guess the years the station was made?
I forget, it
That's
sounds
just
like...
the serial number.
Oh, it's just a serial number, yeah.
Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
the numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
Okay, so they mean something, but the game doesn't tell us. It's not relevant.
Right. I almost want to guess year, but like the year is 50, and so 62 is not it, and 12 or 05 would imply that you've been doing this job for like 38 or 45 years.
Maybe it's a birth day. Oh no, there's not 62 days in a year or days in a month, so that's not going to work. Yeah, and we haven't been alive for almost 100 years, though we certainly look like it.
Yeah, exactly.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Have to take off. The death march really gets us going. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is... it's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again...
So not only are you a
Then
super
again,
cop,
it's a legendary district,
almost double...
and a hell of a station too.
Yeah.
It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
Not only are you a super cop almost double promoted, but you're working from a very rough district.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, like all, no matter how you play the game, all signs point to you being pretty good at your job.
They must be big.
But he doesn't know who we are.
He doesn't. Or at least he hasn't said.
The badge in your hand.
Oh, money.
You found your car and your badge. And a jacket.
A nice jacket.
A pretty nice jacket.
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it. Looks like they were here a while. Judging from all the bottles, the sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point.
Looks like it. Not as such, no. Let's keep...
Okay. Real.
Mm-hmm.
Real. Good on me for catching that.
Yeah, tiny little dots, really. Almost a full $1.
Almost.
And hey, 11 from that gas tank you found. Pretty good.
Recently tarred underside of the boat. Oh, jeez.
Quick travel has been unlocked.
Oh, nice. I wasn't paying enough attention to notice that.
Yeah, it takes a minute, but you finally get it. Kind of only makes sense that it would be locked.
True.
Looks like a rough area.
I don't live in a rough area and I still lock my place, so...
Yeah, I do out of habit.
Yeah, I was just kind of raised that way.
Mm-hmm. Never really felt like I needed to, but it's definitely the safe thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Bunch more money.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, officer.
Woman in a
A
raincoat.
sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip. Jeez.
Yeah, it does. She's pretty cool.
Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
It's kind of true. She does have a cool sword.
She does.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
She's not wrong.
No, she's not.
Of course, she carries a sword with her instead of, like, mace or a knife. Much more visible.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of the point. To say, well, I mean, a knife's all well and good, but it's not going to keep people away just from looking at you.
Right.
Whereas a sword absolutely will.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before
Ouch.
you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Okay. I shit on death is a no. You should have thrown yourselves away after me is a no.
Yeah. Easy.
Time is really... I like 3. Time's the best cure for sorrow. And healthy to let go and move on. Yeah.
Yeah, I like 3 and 4, really.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk.
Jesus.
Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Fuck off, electrochemistry.
Yeah, it has one thing on its mind. Clearly.
Yeah. We're not going to give her the envelope.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Cryptozoologist guy.
I don't think I know
Hey,
what these
Ktaru.
are.
I'm doing all
Care
right.
to
Just
elaborate?
enjoying some disco here. With this.
I
Been a
don't want to say imaginary animals. Maybe animals that are hard to find? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like snowmen.
Haven't heard of those.
2 old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, that sounds like someone we've heard of before, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
By the... Oh, whoops.
Layer of tar just yesterday.
Whoops.
It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Okay. She seems nice.
She does seem nice. I like her a lot, honestly. There are a lot of different people with, like, really weird dispositions and hang-ups and such. Lillian, she knows what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
mister.
And little Lily.
Aw.
Also
She
nice.
clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
I'm not gonna answer number 2.
That's nice.
Fair.
My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
That reminds me, this thing here reminds me, a long time ago I saw a lesser-known Leslie Nielsen film. It was called Men with Brooms. It was about,
Oh yeah, I've never heard of it.
yeah, what is that Olympic sport where they like use brooms and like push out a puck? Use brooms to like...
Curling?
Curling, I think, yeah. So it's basically about that. Think like the Mighty Ducks, but for curling and with older men. But there's a scene early on where like the male character like has either this childhood friend or somebody that he knows that he's out drinking with her. She gets drunk as a skunk and he takes her home and he puts her on the couch and he just kind of covers her up and he gets up to leave and he turns around and there's just kids standing there looking at him and he just looks at the kid, looks at her, looks back at the kid and goes, she was working hard today and she fell asleep on the drive home. Or something like that. Something like that. And the kid walks up and goes, "Thanks for lying to me, mister, but we both know she's drunk as shit." just that moment of that kid just calling him out on like, no, we both know my mom's a fucking drunk. But also, thank you for lying to me. That was very kind.
Yeah, that sounds like a Leslie Nielsen thing, especially like a mid Leslie Nielsen thing.
That wasn't even him. That was a different character. He was like the old like mentor for the curling thing.
Okay. Yeah, luckily this kid is not that exposed to corruption yet.
Yeah, thankfully.
He's quite say so and pure.
Lillian seems very nice, yes.
Mm.
What's the bird in the ceiling?
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
Suggesting you take the bird.
What's it for?
No.
She twirls the
Why would she?
around in the air.
Very true. Yeah, I'm not going to steal her or her mother's thing. No.
Well, they could say you could have it, but yeah. Why even try to take it?
Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Pleased to meet you, Lambie.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy. Bye!
Cute kid. We will protect.
Mostly
if anybody harm.
Mostly by not interacting with them anymore.
Yep. A primer for small kids. So I do want to note we are really late on time.
Yeah, we've been going for about 4 hours.
Yeah. Right.
We did some stuff today for sure. We got the body sent off, opened up the southern part. You've got the money for the boombox. If you wanted to call it here, that's fine. It's 8 p.m. my time. I could use some food soon, and we've got plenty to start with next time.
Yeah, because we got this whole area to... Yep.
We've got this whole area. The 2 kids, the old lady here. There's definitely more exploration to go through. Even over by the car out west, up north, there's kind of a lot. I wasn't joking when I said this is like the second half of the game. There's a fair bit to do over here.
More stuff.
In fact, if you wanted to eschew buying the boombox, you already have more than enough money to pay for another night. Which, you know, may or may not be necessary depending on how much exploration you do.
1 to Kingdom of Conscience.
Forgot about those.
Kingdom of Conscience
is not a skill. It's a thought. Which you have.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
+1 to this would mean the learning cap goes up by 6 for those?
I forget exactly. I think it either lets you keep all of those bonuses as long as you're wearing the pants, but that means if you do, like, raise anything to that cap and then take them off, you lose it. Or wearing them gives you the, like, moralist dialogue options, heal morale.
Interesting.
It might even give you the thought if you didn't previously find it. They are very average businessman pants, like the Sunday frame.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved them.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pop.
Alright, so he does not want to sit on bench.
He doesn't want to stand still and waste time, that's for sure.
But he just sat still with us for several hours and wasted time.
Yeah, like at least an hour and a half around the car.
Yeah.
Maybe that just amused him.
Yeah. And he did admittedly wait for us for 2 hours. He'd be like, Harry, it's your car. It's very obviously your car, Harry. You're a good detective, but you missed about the car, Harry.
Right, you've been doing great work, but I have known exactly what that is since we've seen it.
Yep.
Yeah. So you have those kids, the old lady, a lot more to explore around here.
Mm-hmm.
You saw some...
I think we're going to call it there tonight.
I think that's
Let's
fine.
see.
There's
Is there anybody around that I can raid? Unfortunately, Twitch is extremely bad at having things in their tools that gives you a huge raid list. Mine is only 5 people, and the top one is Sea-Dog VA with 15,000 people in his stream. I don't think he needs my my raid.
He has enough. I'm certain he'd appreciate it if he noticed it.
Oh, Pearl's playing. Or Pearl's around right now. I like Pearl. Pearl's a cute little otter tuber. Let's raid Pearl.
There are probably several people that I would like to be able to raid, but haven't set that up or really contacted them yet.
All right, folks. So we're going to send you over to Pearl. She's doing a Dungeons and Dragons thing tonight. Very sweet tuber.
Nice.
Treat her nicely. Treat her nicely. Give her lots of head pats. But yeah, so also I posted my schedule earlier tonight. I will be doing Octopath tomorrow.
Cool.
There's going to be no stream on Saturday because I got some IRL stuff I got to take care of that day. And then I might or might not stream Sunday depending on how some of the IRL stuff goes. It depends, but we'll see. But hopefully Sunday we'll do another media share and just chatting collab.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't made my schedule yet. I need to look at my work schedule, but I'll probably post it later tonight and then repost it tomorrow. I just off the top of my head, I think I'm probably going to do, let's see, Tactics Ogre maybe once every other week, and I want to finish up Parasite Eve for sure is a thing I'm playing probably next, and Ender Lilies. I'm really close to finishing that, so I want to get at least like a little short stream in when I finish that.
Yeah, I thought you were like right at the end boss in there.
I'm super right at the end boss, but I kind of wanted to get more health because like that game hits super hard.
It does.
It really does. It's mean, but super pretty. God, I love the look and feel of that game.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too hardcore for me and my taste. But I'm also the crazy person who plays Hollow Knight to relax. So what do I know?
Yeah. Hollow Knight, I think, is a little bit better balanced. Hollow Knight's probably one of my favorite games, and Metroid is. It's super, super good.
But all right, I will get the raid going, and we will head on out. But thank you for having me and spending time with me while we play the disco. And thank you, YouTube, for spending time with us as well. And Twitch, too.
Yeah, thanks for chiming in, Twitch. It was fun doing our little collab here, and we'll definitely continue this probably 2 weeks from now, something like that. We'll figure it out and post about it eventually.
Yeah, we'll post about it.
Thanks to Jay, Hank, and Kentaro for dropping by. I always appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be the stream.
All right. Have a good one, everybody.
Atsumaho. See you next time.